move your body. It's just a beat.
Go. Welcome back, everybody, yet again to Season 4 of the T-esports Championship. My name is Amy's House, and I'm your host for this tournament. And we are closing in on the very end of the tournament for League of Legends from the studio because, as you all well know, it's in November that the finals, the Grand LAN finals, will be in Budapest, Hungary. There we will see our finalists, which we are looking for right now. We've entered the semifinals today with the first best-of-5 series, and we'll be looking for who will get the first spot, who will get the second spot of the prize pool. The prize pool is 30,000 euros for League of Legends. That was allocated from the total prize pool of 100,000 euros for the TEC Season 4. Here we can see the best of 5 series we have coming up. Tonight we're going to be watching Team Axelent face off with Team 10 Euro Deal. Team Axelent, a team that had gone to Budapest already. Last year they were playing versus Bad Lions there. So it's going to be interesting to see if they manage to do that again, maybe even become the champions of this season for League of Legends. And tomorrow we will be watching, on the weekend, Nightbirds versus Team All In. All of these teams are amazing, amazing teams. I think it's going to be much more exciting than even what we saw the last couple of days in the quarterfinals. It was such a great show that everybody put on, and I am very, very much looking forward to tonight and tomorrow, the best of 5 series, looking for our finalists for Budapest. That's right, the prize pool with the first spot, we have 12,000 euros. The second, it's going to be 8,000, and third and fourth spot equal 5,000 euros. So everybody who got up this far already had secured their piece of the prize pool. Without further ado, I introduce our casters for tonight, Lucho and Scarf, which you all already well know. And we're going to go for a short break, back with the draft for matchup number 1. Best of 3, best of 5 series, Team Axelent versus Team 10 Euro Deal. See you.
Bad bass for your head top. Bass for your head top. Big bad bass for your head top. Big head top. Bass for your head top. Bass for your head top.
it hanging, folks? We are back, and what a day ahead of us. Semifinals. We are now down to 4 teams. 2 looking to make it all the way to Budapest to get a nice big grand prize in those finals. Of course, it's a LAN. It's a different environment. But before that, they gotta get past this test.
Yeah, and actually today we are going to watch the last season finalists. So
Back to back.
yeah, will they be in the finals back to back, or even win the finals this year, or will they fall in the semifinals? And will it be the team 10 euro deal who proceeds to finals? So this is the first round of semifinals, meaning tomorrow you are going to watch the last 2 teams fight for this spot in the finals, but we are rapidly in the champ select. And,
Oh my god, the bans are just doof, doof, doof.
and yeah,
They're done.
The first ban for Team Axelent was the Kog'Maw. so I'm guessing they watched yesterday's series and saw how much havoc the AP Kog'Maw racked upon the Rift, and they decided to ban him out. And the our first pick, nothing we haven't seen before.
Yeah, Team Ted went basic. Really nothing out of the ordinary, getting rid of Wukong, getting rid of Orianna, getting rid of Azir. But here we go, something that I feel like should have come so much sooner. It's Syndra, paired up with a Kiana.
Yeah, I mean, such a spicy combo. Of course, the very aggressive 2v2 potential and the peak of potential is just massive. I mean, you don't even know who will blow you up first. Is it the Syndra, who has the 50% execution on her ulti after the 120 splinters, or will be the Kiana, whose ultimate does max HP damage and is an AD assassin? And Vi Aurora also kind of a similar boat, but still, I mean, Vi is a bruiser. She will be a bit more tanky, but of course will not provide that much damage later on. But in the early game, whole nother story, but never mind. Will the Zed come
it's
out?
the boys!
Wait.
It's the semis we wanted. Come on, lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, it
Lock
would be
it in.
so incredible.
Give it to me. Give me
Oh,
that
it is
struggle.
locked in.
Yep, yes, sir. It's the boys. It's Team Axelent.
So, yeah, scratch everything I said. We have the exact same situation on both sides. I mean, both burst-oriented mages and AD assassins in the jungle, so...
yeah, now all we need is a Kaisa, and I think we're set.
Yeah.
I think that's all we need.
I mean, wow, just incredible. This is now for me, it's like, what, 5th or 6th new champion that we saw. And in the first game as well, so...
yeah, we're balling.
Yeah,
we're balling game 1.
I mean, just incredible.
Okay, it's gonna be Rexante. It seems like Team Ted taking it a bit more chill.
Yeah.
Don't really want to be the entertainment providers.
If Talon comes out the next game, this is going to be my favorite day of casting.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it besides them, so I think we can actually expect some crazy shenanigans in game 2, 3 even. When all the meta champions by themselves end up kind of being picked, and of course, since it's fearless, we're not going to be seeing them anymore. But I feel like once we get to like game 3, and if we do get to game 4, I think it's just going to be a fiesta, like as far as all the picks are concerned.
Sure, now Bessa has been banned out as the response to the Xante Corki on Team Axelent side. Of course, they do have the luxury of banning ADCs, as we are still waiting for that pick on the other side. Where do you go here? I mean, Xayah Rakan, I think, is a very nice option because...
yeah, absolutely, into a Syndra.
Rakan, with a Syndra, and I think Rakan has an easy job of catching up to Yunara, even if she does ult and dash out still. I mean, move speed he gets from his ulti, I feel like he can just easily get on top of Yunara, but we'll see what the response will be. Also, like the Kaisa, as you have mentioned, and especially because of the survivability against Zed. And the Aurora, I feel like, is going to be crucial.
Yeah, 100%. It's the barrier, it's the shield. If you have support that can kind of end up helping you out a bit more, I think that would be quite good. And of course, with Kaisa being picked, I feel like maybe it's going to be a Yoink Nautilus angle. But also, Xayah Rakan works really well against this team too. But Yunara was picked, so I don't really think you want to split up Rakan and Xayah, because I feel like we've seen Rakan by himself, and I feel like Xayah either needs a Rel or like a Rakan. Yeah. Everything else is just kind of
I mean, I don't think so necessarily, but I feel like, Yeah, for Rakan, we mostly seen with Corki, Smolder, and Zion. I think that's pretty much
Yep.
it. Those are the combinations. So Aatrox, very nice.
Yeah.
Counter picking, very aggressive pick. And I was also going to say, I do now appreciate Kai'Sa more than I would Desire because Zed has such an easy job of dishing out damage and one-shotting you. I mean, he can just press the ulti on you, which you cannot counter. And then if he has the Cyclo Sword, he will basic you. You will not move. And then I even saw Fed Zeds, I mean, they can just ult you and basic EU and get back, and that's enough damage to pop your full HP. So, yeah, that shield is going to be crucial, and also the option of buying the Zhonya's, which I think will work so nicely. And now a Nico has been picked with Yunara.
Personally, I kind of like that, because I feel like with Kai'Sa, it's going to be obvious that it's going to be a CC champion, and Nautilus, I feel like, obviously being the most prevalent in the entire meta. But having the Nico and having kind of that early game range that you can leverage, of course, like the Scorch Comet poke, if she does end up going for it. Even I feel like Electrocute is a bit underutilized, because the second you hit like a basic, which with your W also hits quite hard, EQ, proc Electrocute, you have a Yunara who by herself deals a lot of damage. That's a deadly combo. So I feel like those level 1s would probably swing a bit more into Yunara and Nico's favor. But also the thing that's quite important is the clone, because Nico can just block the hook with her W, which is, I feel like, such a good thing. Not to mention, like, the team fights. Qiyana, sure, she does have those dashes, but I feel like once she does her main combo, she isn't really that mobile. Syndra doesn't really move either. And I feel like once Nico just gets in Proto Belts, that could be a big team fighting tool.
Yeah, I agree completely. She has definitely very, very nice potential, and even if she does find Kai'Sa, CC locking her down and her not being able to ulti out is also, yeah. I mean, Nico has such potential. Probably the biggest one of supports, because her ulti is just so huge. And if she does transform into anything, the first second or so of an animation is hidden. So you have even less of a time to react to it. And as you've said, you can Proto Belt while charging it, and you can even flash. And I mean, yeah, she can just get on top of you even if you don't have your flash. I don't know how you get out of it. So, of course, we'll see. Obviously, on the other side, also you have the potential of Qiyana just blowing up your entire team. The Syndra, who went first strike, a very aggressive option. I feel like initially, with trading into Aurora, she can get the first hit off to proc the first strike, so that is the only thing she needs to be wary of. Nice hook there by Steelback, and they chunked Thomas by quite some HP. And on the other side, I mean, they chunked Spooky, who is a jungler, so he doesn't really mind it, losing the HP.
Yeah, the regen is just insane in jungle now with these pets. And also, like, I feel like the times they be changing.
Yeah, look at this. Actually, like this, they opted for the swap, putting Sant on the bot lane, and of course you will get shoved into two ranged, and they will just... I don't know when was the last time I saw leashing your jungler.
Yeah.
And it actually is so nice because you get shoved either way, you don't need the prio on lane, and you enable Spooky to get to clear off faster. And I've seen Qiyana's liking to 3 camp and then reset by a longsword and return to the other side. So, yeah, the strategies are cooking here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that's the best thing they can do, as you've just said. Just being in this double-ranged matchup is just so annoying. Even for a Kai'Sa, who is kind of on the lower range spectrum, where Nico can just walk up, auto, throw a Q, auto, just keep that up. So, yeah, even this, like, hiding behind a clone, poking away because, can't get hooked. So, makes perfect sense. And also, since you've even mentioned that like, Spooky ended up being chunked a bit, I feel like that leash is also going to help him be a bit more healthy.
Yep, for sure. Nice hook coming out there on the Axelent, and he was forced to barrier now, and heal comes. On the other side, Nafkela just got chunked by, what, 85% HP? Yep. Not what you want to see, especially the Haste being so healthy, and their pots are matching now, so... yeah, not what you want to see.
Yeah, big chunk. Nico also ended up going for a heal, which I quite like. I feel like even an exhaust this game would be really, really good.
Yeah, and actually neither of the supports opted for the unsealed spellbook, so exhaust will not be available while having the Ancestor on both sides. Gank is coming in, but so is the re-gank. Stefan does go in very aggressively, still has his flash to back off of Spooky. The Haze, beautiful flash in and does find the first blood. Very nicely played by him, and Stefan, it looks like he will just get out, still running on the river. Steelback is going to be a bit quicker, but Stefan does have the flash if necessary. Ever is also forced to pop the barrier on top lane. And the TP is going to come in from the haste.
Yeah, I mean, even now the Yunara just kind of slowly smacking away at Xante's HP. Avarice also ended up stacking lethal, so he's going to be doing quite a bit of damage. Here comes the hook of Steelback, and Thomas, he might just end up being blown up.
Yeah, I mean, he took so much damage from Spooky, who has no components yet.
Yep.
Just a starting item, yeah, so much damage, and Thomas
The only issue is that the support ended up kind of grabbing the kill.
Yeah, yeah, probably because of the Aftershock, who also deals damage for some reason, but Thomas did die with both summoners up, so yeah, obviously, I mean, it is fine that Steelback got the kill for them, obviously, so now he will have the summoners for some other plays, maybe an aggressive play. They're trying to find a pick-off, especially on Kela, who doesn't have the flash. Yeah, I mean, if he does hit the flash route, it's going to be nice. He doesn't even need to flash, but he did miss the route, but still.
Yeah, nice sidestep by Nafkela.
Yeah.
I think he expected it to just go right in front of him, so he ended up just kind of waiting a bit. But yeah, the first dragon also will be spawning. The lanes still haven't swapped back. I feel like Kaisa kind of likes it, even though she ended up using the barrier.
Yeah.
And as we've said before, many times, Xante just does not care.
Yeah, true. But Septico did, I think, pick the best bruiser for this type of situation, as Aatrox, when he does have some levels in his Q, does dish out nice damage, and he does match the range of EDC's basic attacks.
Yep.
So he can trade back nicely, but it seems like the swap is going to come out from Team Axelent as well.
Does seem like they are swapping back. Septico going now to kind of match the Xante, as you do see Kaisa and even Steelback kind of ended up following Avarice all the way to the top lane. Spooky has arrived, so this might actually end up being a 3-on-2. All depends on Steelback now if he's going to land the hook. That's a beautiful clone, just buying time and space for all of them to get away.
Yeah, you have talked about it a lot. It brings so much value, even being able to control it, which can be a bit difficult controlling yourself in the clone, but he's such a nice tool to block those abilities. They go all in on Thomas though, who still does have his flash, so he will get out nicely, only forcing his heal, but Ravkela in trouble again, as Stefan does use the flash to finish off the kill, and that's his second death. He doesn't have the TP and is down in CS, so
Even a plate now.
yeah, I mean, he's going to be pretty behind. And I have mentioned before how the Syndra has been nerfed in the early game while buffing her late, so if you can abuse that, excellent. Getting dive, Steelback will be the one to tank, and he's dropping so low, and such an easy job finishing off that kill, so...
A nice double route there from Thomas, but a tad bit too late. Even Spooky might actually end up grabbing a double. Does have the flash. Oh, the Q execute. That was way too close.
Yeah.
Single-digit HP, and Thomas does get away. 300 gold now.
Yeah, he had a ruby crystal in his inventory. Seems like that was the
Big brain.
the thing that saved him. Yeah, not buying the Emptone, but Stefan now falling on 1 HP. Nile being a very mobile tank. He's chasing after him. He doesn't have his flash.
For the W, I think he might have it soon enough. So yeah, I think he's gonna get out of this one.
And
He
him as
will,
well.
but my god, okay. Team Ted is now wondering, okay boys, 2 times in a row,
Yeah.
10 HP. What the hell?
It seems like luck does follow Team Axelent, but the haste soaking up quite some damage, but still, I mean, Avkela is pretty weak.
He still will get his ult up, and of course now with Zed resetting, I think mid lane might just end up being his destination again. Steelback is still hovering. He is just making sure that Nafkela isn't really gonna get chunked down by both the Nico and everything else. Axelent with beautiful lethal tempo stack, just free firing. I mean, Niall can't really do anything. I feel like he probably needs plated now as well before he can actually really do anything to the Yunara. But still, I feel like the CS discrepancy is wild.
Yeah, I agree, and actually both of the top laners farmed out quite nicely into ranged matchup, and now Everest can dish out some damage back, but still, I mean, Septico doesn't mind being on low HP as he can just pop the ulti, and with his passive will heal up quite nicely and goes for the all-in. Everest doesn't have the flash, was forced to ulti out, still has the barrier, but yeah, nobody's on top side, so...
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I genuinely thought he was gonna flash Q3 there, because he does have it.
Yeah.
So I feel like that with another basic probably would have been it. I guess he didn't really want to overcommit, keep the flash.
Yeah, I mean, he knew he did have the ulti, and I feel like after he ulted, he wasn't in range for the knock-up. So he wasn't able to slow Everest down, but still, I mean, got his ulti for free, forcing the TP to come out as well from Nile.
Stefan again on that red buff. They do have the control ward and the scuttle that ended up dying, but now there's a bit of a gap in the vision department.
Yeah, but still...
yeah, the game has been paused, but still though, if we kind of just take a nice little look around the map, we see that almost everybody here is moving towards the bot side for the side of Team Axelent. So now I'm kind of wondering, what is it going to be? Is it going to be another mid commit? Do you just want to keep delaying Syndra's spikes, or maybe do you want to kind of capitalize on? I think Steelback was somewhere around the bot side. I'm not sure because well now I can't really see. But
yeah, I think it was, yeah.
Getting that tier 1, maybe trying to be a bit more aggressive on that. But still, I feel like if you go for a dive onto a Nautilus, that could get a bit hairy.
Yeah, and he does have the aftershock as well, so he is one tanky scuba diver. But yeah, I mean, for now it's such a back and forth game, and I think they have paused on exactly 15.1k gold on each side exactly. So such a back and forth game, and yeah, it's so hard to tell. For now, what the outcome will be, because they have so much offensive tools on each side.
Okay, it does seem like they ended up kind of backing away. As oof, okay. Hold on. Thomas did spot Steelback. For a second, I thought maybe he ended up kind of roaming towards mid. Maybe he was looking to chunk down a D-haste again, but even Spooky. He is around mid. Thomas is still hovering around, but unfortunately for them, Zed or Stefan in this case is all the way on Gromps. So I don't really think they like their chances in this 3v2 because I feel like they are just not going to be moving.
Yeah, and the haste is quite annoying with his combos. Obviously, Electrocute dishing out a bit more than the first strike, so there is that advantage as well. But we'll see. The Drake is only in 1.5 minutes. Team Axelent did grab the first one. Meanwhile, Team Tad do have all of the grubs, which is a bit better than the single Drake. But I feel like they don't have anyone to really abuse that fact, as the lanes are back to traditional standings now. Nafgela under the Aurora's ultimate, but he will piss out.
Yeah, that was a nice chunk there. I feel like that's more so for the Prio than for the solo Bolo, and I don't really think he was aware because of the control ward and another ward in the bottom side river.
He didn't go for the ulti. I feel like he had the angle to pull him all the way through the wall, but still nice chunk. Trading back the menacing Aatrox.
Yeah, Spooky just went back. Punched the clone once more.
Yeah, and he can use it to farm first strike actually, so
yeah,
that is quite nice.
True. As the top laners continue to kind of dish it out, we've entered a bit of a stalemate. As you've said, the gold basically dead even. Okay, 300 now for Ted. But I feel like that too will shrink. As the haste is still just farming around. Nafkela did end up going back and of course TPing. But the haste will now end up matching it.
Yeah, and he's immediately resetting back. Maybe he did get enough gold for the full item. Yeah, and that is a nice spike, the London Tempest, and he's going to be blowing up people. I feel like the haste with the Leandris, which, okay, they do have quite annoying front line.
Yep.
But I feel like just objectively, the burst is better on Aurora, but I feel like most of the games we have seen her go for that CDR tank destroying build with the Leandris, with the Bloodletter's Curse, or the Rift Maker, whichever you prefer.
Yep. It is quite handy. The Drake has spawned, but yeah, the trading, that's a nice chunk there from Nafkela. He does end up, of course, using his ulti, so that's going to be a tool that they're not going to be having for the next fight, but it seems like the Dragon fight will not even be happening, as Team Axelent does just end up kind of giving the Drake away. I think they're not really that confident, considering that D-Haste has been chunked. If you do end up kind of walking into a river with no wards, there's going to be a Nautilus on the other side, just CCing you for 17 minutes. But yeah, the top laners still just brawling. Okay, that's a lot of pings now on the bot lane. I think they just keep pinging the clone. Yeah, okay, as both of them, both Spooky and Steelback, have recalled. They get quite a lot of vision here on the bot side with the control ward. These two wards kind of going up to the red buff. But yeah, other than that, I feel like Axelent is kind of, even though you consider their playstyle, I think they're playing so passive.
Yeah, but Team Dead as well. I mean, like, no really hard triggers have been pulled. I don't think Spook even used his ulti this game, but this is going to accelerate the game a lot. We have full items on everybody, so and of course on Assassins it's such a huge spike. On Nafkela I feel like the Ludin is such a big spike. Of course on the ADCs with the Bork and the Kraken, such big spikes in damage. I feel like the fights are going to be way different now.
Yep.
But yeah, not what you expect from these two teams. I mean, the game being this low, 14.5 minutes for kills. I mean, when was the last time?
Never. I feel like by 14 minutes we would have had like 17 kills at least.
Oh no, it's dishing out a lot on Septico. Has the Bramble Vest, so Septico can't even regen that much back up. He's just going for it. I mean, he's slamming you with the Iceborne, goes all out with the ulti. Septico does bless cone out, but he flashes forward and it's slowing him so much with the Iceborne. Septico does have his flash, but will actually not use it. So
yeah, I think Septico's happy with this. Okay, here comes the fight. D-Haze dealing quite a lot of damage. Nico, beautifully done. 3-man ulti by Thomas. But are they going to be able to capitalize on it? They will. Ends up being a 2-for-1 as Spooky somehow ended up getting away, but my god, that's the power of Nico.
Yeah, it really is, but it all started with Nafkela being a bit overly aggressive, and that's his third death this game. But yeah, I mean, so beautifully played by Thomas. The ADCs go all out on the mid lane. Excellent, popping Everest, and yeah, he does, and gets the turret shot into his face, gets traded back, so 1-for-1.
Yeah, now the TP here from Nafkela. Oh lord, it's just gonna be fight galore now, even with the clones kind of coming in. Nafkela was looking for Stefan, he hits him with the QE, and that is gonna be enough. Meanwhile, the Herald gets taken out. That's more of what I was kind of expecting going into this game.
Yeah, and now it's the 4th death for Nafkela. Obviously, he does scale quite nicely and has a first strike. I don't know how much gold that has given him, but surely it's not minuscule. But yeah, I mean, he has been so unfortunate this game.
Yeah. I feel like they're kind of copying each other's homework. Profane into Brutalizer.
Yeah, I mean, just Lady Assassins doing their thing. Yeah, we'll see this once again. Obviously, the Haze did dodge a lot of damage with that W, and beautiful combo by Stefan.
Oh, but wait, Spooky ended up flashing right into it.
Yep, that was also unfortunate, but to him it didn't do that much difference, and I was kind of expecting Everest to stomp this. I feel like if he started basically Axelent earlier, he would, because obviously in the start, I mean, Everest, not Everest, Excellent, does have a lot of damage initially because of the Borg, but then when you're a bit lower on the HP, I mean, doesn't do that much. The Kraken, it definitely comes on top when you have chunked each other up.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like this is mostly just a bit of a champion diff. More so than anything, I think that Yunaris get more than makes up for it. D-Haste now popping the ulti. Here comes Thomas, another knock-up, but this chunky boy has no MR.
Yeah. Of course, the Haste. Thomas doing a lot of work. Septico flashing for the heal, but it wasn't enough, and that's the first kill for Nafkela. And who gets the first star? It seems like it's going to be Team Excellent. Yep.
Yeah, that is huge, considering that even the Herald here ended up being popped a bit too late. I feel like that's really good, because you kind of denied the initial value of Herald granting you that tier 1, but still the tier 2 gold is something that they end up claiming.
Yeah, of course, the grubs are coming in so nicely now, and it seems like it's going to be second Drake for them as well, as Excellent not that close to the pit, and yeah, it's just going to be bursted away. Spooky did finish the Axiom. It's quite a nice spike for his ultis. They are not baited by the clone, they know what's happening and they will just clear out some vision.
Thomas does have his proto belt now, so that is quite nice, and I do love the choice of support item because I feel like most solo queue players, of course, would just go Zogzogs. So like, oh, damage Gooper. But survivability on Nico I feel like is so huge, especially if you are looking to kind of be that sneaky engage. I think that is the perfect choice of a support item. Even now, Nafkala just kind of waiting. 2 items completed. Same for D-Haste. Does have that Blood Song. But yeah, now things have kind of calmed down again. No objectives really to fight over, at least for the next minute, as the Otacon will be spawning. That tier 1 is also quite low on the bot side, so I think that's something that Axelent will be looking to kind of claim as the gold lead. It still isn't really that big, like 19 minutes, it's what, like...
Yeah, for
it's minuscule, 400.
Yeah, doesn't mean
like
anything.
nothing.
Lucidity boots for Nafkela are quite an interesting choice. I thought he would just opt out for the...
Sorks?
Yeah, Sorks just to go all out on the one-shot, as... you will just have a hard time killing down Aatrox. I mean, they're all pretty squishy, and Thomas very aggressive in the jungle. Spooky does pop his ulti, but it doesn't do much, and the Haze with so much damage, and Thomas does get the kill, and they did steal away the blue as well.
Yeah, Nico.
Very nice play.
Nico's being sneaky, call her Sneeko. But wonderfully done finding Spooky. I feel like he really didn't expect the entire team to just be like, oh, okay, what are they doing in my jungle? But now that's gonna potentially be the tier 1 here on the mid lane that they can end up claiming. Xante still just pushing the bot side wave. I'm kind of interested in why no... Okay, yeah, they are moving towards it now, because I feel like this is just free gold that's kind of sitting on the map for them to claim.
Yep, but Arakan is on the map and is on the top side, so... they can really invest a lot of people on the bot side.
Yeah, just grab a person with TP. You can join the fight at any given moment. Even now, there's going to be quite a bit of vision here that I feel like Team Axelent is going to want to set up. Especially around the Otacon. We see 2 wards, one in the lower part of the topside river. Didn't really want to give out any information for free. Even now, the control on Otacon will spot those wards. It does seem like Spooky has already started it.
Yeah, and obviously Ever is now with the finished Rageblade edition goes so much DPS and it's already falling so low. Stefan is smelling the situation but still has no vision. He flashes in but doesn't steal a beautiful 3-man ulti by the Spooky, and Stefan just got one shot. Ever is doing so much work in the backline, finding Thomas, and now it's a 5 versus 3 for Team Ted. Very nice AoE from Septico, but it wasn't enough, and he does get pulled back, and double kill for Everest. Beautiful fight for Team Ted.
Yeah, I feel like Axelent just... They took too long. I mean, even having the AD carry, of course, the Axelent just still kind of chilling on mid. It's going to be a 5v4 fight, and with Zed needing to kind of flash forward, but as you've said, beautifully read by Spooky, who just immediately ends up stunning them. So all in all, I feel like that trigger should have been pulled a lot earlier.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, you saw the entire team of Team Ted clearing out Vision, being around Darakan, and yeah, like you said, I mean, they were just way too late, and Kiana and Kaisa are doing such a great job dishing out DPS and objectives. I mean, they killed that Darakan so fast. And yeah, I mean, you have to be ready. And now Team Ted are in a great spot, and just farming the first strike is so nice for them.
Yep, absolutely. He is already on 2 items and does have that tunneler as well. On the other side, it's basically the same thing. The only difference is the last whisper here. In the pockets of Zed. The haste now just doubling away. I don't really know if Nafkala will spot him. It seems like he will.
The haste flashed there.
I think he thought that was a QE.
Yeah, I mean, but still, does he get popped 100-0? I mean,
No,
I don't think
but
so.
They don't have vision. I feel like he expected
thought,
somebody else was there, and
yeah, for sure.
if he gets QE'd, I don't really want to even imagine that scenario, because that could be soul point here immediately for Team Ted.
Yeah, I agree, but now the haste without flash, he's going to be very careful in those fights, especially because of the burst potential from Team Ted. They are the ones starting the Drake.
Oh, Stefan chunked down even before the fight began. D-Haste kind of looking to do the same thing. Drake is already down to around 7,000 HP, but they do end up spotting Nile. He will get away scot-free, maybe even looking for that re-engage. Here we go, Nico going in. That's a 4-man knockup, diving the backline. The damage is so big, but the stuns come through. It's a 3-man stun, I believe, from Syndra. They cannot move. They're stronger in these death ball comps, and that's gonna be soul point for Ted.
Yeah, they just are a bit stronger currently, and obviously having the differences of having tanks in their team. I mean, Nile and Steelback just tanking so much damage, I also think is very crucial, because I feel like the damage they dealt to those two is enough to kill everybody on the side of Axelent. So, I mean, look at Nile just taking so much, and obviously it looks so beautiful for Thomas, but there was no follow-up, and of course the response was just huge.
That stun was insane. I genuinely think that was 3 people that Syndra ended up stunning.
Yep.
Could have genuinely, I feel like, been a bit of a different fight had that not happened, but now Ted, 5,000 gold lead. That's the game being blown wide open in 24 minutes.
Yeah, I agree. Now that the guy that was 0-4, that was getting camped and destroyed, is having a 250 gold bounty on his head, has 3 items, has 10 Dark Seal stacks, and of course the guy with 700 gold bounty is just menacing. Thomas goes all in on Avkela, does find a nice knock-up. The Zonya is popped. Stefan without the combo. The haze goes also very aggressively, does bounce into the back line, but still gets punished for that play. And now that's a kill for Team Ted. 5v4. Septico trying to find some damage on Spooky. The poke is here, but I mean, they're just getting popped one by one. The burst damage is just so much for Team Ted. Nile goes all out on Axelent, and they are unstoppable. I mean, what is the response?
Yeah, I think this, with the amount of gold lead that they ended up kind of accumulating through these last 2 fights, I feel like this was really a crucial moment in the game, and I feel like had they gotten that pick on Nafkala, grabbing the Baron could have definitely been something else.
Yeah,
as,
but
Thomas
I mean, you know he has the Zonya, so what did you expect? Obviously not a lot of damage coming out from Thomas, only the
Yeah, but Zed has ulti. He does have flash. I feel like there was just really no committing. I feel like D-Haste thought they were going to go all in, because ever since she did go out of Zonias, she was like, what, 25% HP, I believe? And like a good solid combo is just going to do it. But Spooky ended up ulting just one person to immediately blow them up. Well, Exhibit A.
Yeah, he's a full item ahead on Stefan, and yeah, I mean, this is now such a difficult spot for Team Axelent to be in. I mean, they're almost 10,000 gold behind. Spooky is just having a feast in enemy jungle. Pops the ulti, does hit Thomas, and he just gets one shot. Beautiful donation to Steelback with his second kill, but they now lose the tier 2 mid lane. They have the push to take the tier 2 top lane as well. And yeah, the Baron buff does enable that, but especially the gold lead, as they can just go unpunished.
Yep, these waves now will be shoved in. I really like the Terminus from Kai'Sa. I think getting those resistances is going to be quite big, especially considering you're playing into such big powerhouses of burst damage. Even though Yunara doesn't look it, she does have a lot of burst in her kit, especially with the W in her ulti. Stefan already kind of moving forward. D-Haste might be looking to kind of try and stop this push, but these Baroned up minions, I think they're just way too strong now. I don't think there's going to be enough wave clear. Septico gets chunked down. What can they do now? It feels like they're slowly just bleeding out. Even Xante ended up taking the final turret here in the bot side. It's going to be the inhib as well. I think they can just get away safely. I don't really think, even if a fight does break out, I think they're still going to end up on top.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it is a bit of a difference in draft, because I feel like Team TED is matching the damage that Team Axelent has, and also they do have the tankiness in the front line. And Spooky is just having such a fun game. It's like he's playing solo queue. Just whoever he sees on his screen pops the combo, and they are instantly back.
Yeah, and I mean, with Axiom, he's already like half the cooldown here ended up being refunded. D-Haze did actually end up popping his ulti. There's going to be a shutdown, which is quite big now. Steelback already on the back line with his top laner, Stefan, the only one alive, but D-Haze somehow, he survived everything. There's going to be a double stun from Syndra. Septico flashing forward. I think he will get this one. Well, maybe he will not. It will be D-Haze, but that's more of a fight that I feel like they should take. But that was a 4v5.
Yeah, I mean,
so how did this happen?
It all started with Spooky. I feel like he got a bit too greedy there, just disrespectful. He didn't have the ulti. He was standing under the turret on their side of the base, and he was just such a free pick-off. And when everybody followed suit, they found themselves in such a weird position. And obviously, Stefan and the Haste both popping their combo on Everest, basically the main damage dealer left, was so crucial. And then the rest were pretty easy to pick off, as Nafkela was the only one remaining with damage, and he is one squishy guy.
Still though, the goal difference is really...
Yeah, it hasn't changed that much. Big. Surprisingly, yeah. I mean, 1k was on Everest, everybody had Mounties, and now Everest has the GA.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough cookie to crack. It does seem like Yunara is going to go for the LDR, and the boots now are finished. But still, I don't know. I don't want to call the fight necessarily like a fluke, but I feel like Team TED really need to make big mistakes for Team Axelent to even...
Yeah, I agree. I mean, obviously, Team Axelent did play that fight beautifully, but it started because of the mistake from Team TED, so I feel like if just Nile is chilling here in the front line, Spooky doesn't do anything crazy, has his ultimate, he is doing something crazy, he will get picked off, and now it's a 5v4 for Team Axelent. Thomas, beautiful two-man knockup, but he is very squishy, does get traded back. Axelent not in a position to dish out that much DPS, Nile is taking so much damage, Septico goes in the back line, he's healing a lot, but still dies, but I feel like they're still pretty low. I don't know if they can do that much damage here. 3 members.
I mean, Zed again. Stefan has his ulti. Even Axelent, sorry, has his ulti.
But Spooky now 2 times in a row getting picked off at the start of the fight. I mean, he is giving them a sliver of hope this game.
Yeah, they're farming away at these super minions, so there's going to be quite a lot of gold in their pockets. The gold lead, even though it hasn't really shrunk that much, is, well, I would argue, still quite good for TED. But for how much longer is the gold lead really going to matter? Because I feel like the second that Yunara gets her 4th item, and of course D-Haste gets his 4th item, I feel like these fights are going to be just going to start getting harder.
Yeah.
Even though I feel like Zed really hasn't found... well, almost any impact in these fights, because every single fight that ends up happening, I see him with all summoners, with his ulti still.
Yeah, but I mean, in the first fight, he was the responsible one for killing Everest, so I feel like he was the one that won that fight. But yeah, I mean, it's difficult because Everest is not killable anymore. He does have the GA, he don't want to go all in. Nafkela does have the Zonya, so obviously Xante and Nautilus are far too tanky for you to do anything to them, as you have the just full lethality build, and Spooky is also in a weird position.
Yeah, now that's going to be 2 Barons. The second one in a row for Team Ted. As with all 3 inhibitors down, this is going to be quite a big task ahead of Team Axelent to even attempt to clear these waves. I feel like the first Nexus Tower might even get kind of taken out, depending on if they do end up walking up. I don't think they're even going to have to. Thomas, he does find Spooky. There was another attempt, but D-Haste, he needs to get out of this, and now it's becoming a PvE thing.
Yeah, but Nafkela is pretty low. Septico does soak up so much damage. He does get one-shot. Stefan does ult Nile. I don't know if they can pop him. They do, but Ever is still full HP. Triple kill for Spooky. And yeah, the main damage dealers being alive just make the team fighting for Team Ted so easy. And that is it from game number 1. I mean, what a banger right from the start.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the way things were going, I thought the Team Axelent was actually going to take the lead, especially because of those 1v1s. And I feel like they always had that confidence to kind of go into a fight, start doing a lot, not necessarily a lot more in it, but I feel like just getting those picks. You have the Zed, Yunara just dealing a lot of damage as well, but it all started to go wrong from the Otacon. I feel like that's where the game ended up kind of crumbling apart.
Yeah.
They ended up winning a fight, getting Otacon, put themselves on soul points, started pushing every lane, and the gold lead just exploded.
Yeah, but I also think, I mean, their draft was a bit harder to execute, and Zed also having a much tougher job than the Kiana. But yeah, at the end of the day, it is now 1-0 for Team 10 Euro deal. This is a best of 5, so we'll be seeing at least 2 more games. So we'll see you after the break.
Now move your body, it's just a beat.
we are back, everybody, after the short break, and yeah, we are going to go into the game number 2 with Team Tenure Deal taking the lead in game number 1.
Yeah, and definitely I feel like a lot of it is to be, how do you even say it? It was because of really good team fighting that ended up kind of pulling the game completely in their favor. But we'll see now. On the red side, this time around, as the losing team, or in this case Team Axelent, did opt out for the blue side. The bans here on the red side I feel like are just mostly going to be the same. The Wukong, the Orianna, maybe the Azir. Those three I feel like. On the other hand, of course, the Ambessa, I don't even see what the first pick is.
Kog'Maw again.
Oh, it's Kog'Maw again. Yeah, like the black and white sprites, I think kind of mess up with my vision because they are so small as well. So, yeah. Nothing really out of the ordinary. I definitely would expect an Orianna ban. I don't really think you kind of want to let a champion like that through, especially against somebody like Team Axelent, where D-Haste, I feel like, throughout the entire game, I think he was just ahead on Nafka. I feel like that was a beatdown in mid. So I don't really think you want to kind of give him champions who do end up having some maybe... who scale well, but also deal a lot of damage, who have the team fighting agency, because I feel like he kind of excels at those kinds of champions. But Sion here will be banned. For the other side, it's going to be the Jarvan, so then they're not really willing to let a handshake go.
Yeah, I do appreciate from the red side banning out the Sion, and yeah, very interesting ban coming for...
Surely you just pick Orianna now.
For the game 2, yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, I don't know what threat is left. I mean, like, of course, it's not an auto win. You do need to play nicely, but yeah, I mean, the champion that has almost 100% ban pick in this tournament and leaving it open for the blue side.
She's so strong. I mean, level 6, the ulti, like the team fighting. Even in lane, it's not like she just gets super bullied early game. Azir definitely makes sense. Two champions that have a lot of really good team fighting agency, of course, both with their ultimates, and Azir being another one that does deal a lot of consistent damage output. So yeah, I wouldn't really say that this is anything out of the ordinary now. For Spooky, though, that's what I'm wondering. What's going to happen in the jungle? Because Xin, I believe, is still open if he wasn't banned, yeah. So there's that option.
But obviously, still, I mean, so much potential synergies. I mean, you can
Nocturne
literally pick whatever. Yeah, we have seen from G2 at Worlds having Mundo Orianna, and the last teamfight of the game, Mundo flashing in with the ball on him for the 4-man shockwave. So you can do whatever you want with a champion. Yeah, you have mentioned Xin. He has been picked here. So what will be the response? I mean, you have the Vi, which is the classic synergy, but I mean, you can just go wherever. You can probably go the Pantheon as well. They will go for the ADC first, though.
Yeah, quite interesting. Grabbing Corki. It's going to be matched with Bard, immediately just going for the bot lane and the support being Bard. Quite interesting. Because I feel like, as far as like these really good junglers with Orianna are mentioned, I feel like it's always going to be the Jarvan and the Nocturne. And Nocturne was open, and you could even match the mid-jungle. So I kind of thought that was going to be the angle, but no, it seems like the bot lane will be the priority in this case.
Yeah, and they will respond with the Rakan. So, I mean, I think we have some obvious bans here. You probably ban Xayah from the blue side, but from the red side, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, Nocturne could be a nice ban, and also maybe the Vi. So they will get rid of some strong picks here with the Orianna. So I'm actually wondering what will be the eventual pick.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? We'll see. We'll see what they end up cooking. Yeah, the Nocturne just immediately banned. I feel like that's so obvious to ban.
Yeah.
But still, though, I feel like leaving Orianna was intentional. I think they're kind of confident in Nafkala just pulling out the Azir in this matchup. So I guess in that regard, yeah, that's a bit of a counterplay. But as you've just said, I mean, Xayah, I feel like could get banned here. Varus, sure, that is also quite a good champion, considering that Orianna and most other, I feel like these weak side top laners don't really have a lot of mobility, so having another form of just shutting people's movements down, I think is really good. Because of course, like, level 6 Varus Rakan, I feel like is disgusting. Just one of them connecting
and
the
the
ulti, the other popping in, as you've just... I mean, you've predicted it perfectly.
We
It's the
both
big-
did. You with the Nocturne and me with the
Yeah.
Vi. But yeah, it was pretty obvious. But now, what will be? Actually, they will leave the Zaya open.
Yeah,
Seems
interesting.
like they're hovering the band. Yeah, they locked in the Ornn, which is barely.
Yeah, you literally
so
can't see
hard,
it, by the
yeah.
way. I don't know if it's the same for you guys sitting at home, but sometimes it's really hard to see what's banned. I mean, Nocturne popped his ulti in Champ Select. I can't even see him. So, okay, DMF
Okay.
going all out for team
Okay.
fighting here.
I'm sorry, it seems like Zaya is bad here. My bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, will it be locked in? It's still being hovered, but it's going to be Ezreal.
Really?
I mean, I was going to say you only have the Rakan setup for the MF, which is not, like you've mentioned before, the great synergies with the MF being the Amumu, which was only picked in one game, and also the Rel. I feel like they can lock down people for much longer of a time than the Rakan can. For Rakan, you want something bursty and immediate that comes in with his engage. So Ezreal as a form of an escape.
Rumble, yeah, another power pick here that was left open. So
Yeah,
I'm not
I'm
really
wondering
that surprised that we do see him.
Multi-jungle.
But yeah, I mean, with two junglers now also kind of banned, I think you need a really, really steady, really tanky jungler because this team is so squishy. That is...
Nah, no.
Yeah, no, that's bait.
No way.
That's bait.
Yeah, I don't think the cause. I mean, we'll see. Kha'Zix is currently.
He jumps in with ball.
Yeah.
You shockwave.
I mean, obviously there is the play, and also him having the invisibility in his
Yep.
ultimate can work out for a nice stealthy
But they're
shockwave.
so squishy.
Yeah, I agree completely. And Kha'Zix currently has 0% win rate in TETs, so.
True, actually. That's a good stat to throw out. Galio just fitting in this team comp perfectly. I mean, you're playing against the Rumble, you're playing against an Orianna in the team fights. Even Bard does deal some magic damage,
Yeah.
so Galio is going to be huge this game. I mean, so I know that I've kind of said for like Team Axelent, like, the boys, you know, they're going to bring us a really nifty, cool draft. And sure, they delivered two
Yeah.
games in a row.
They
But
did
for
for
me, this feels
sure.
like the boys versus the men. You know, this is the old fashioned. This is like
Yeah.
like some really old cologne you find in your grandpa's closet that's like 60 years old but still smells great.
Yeah, I mean,
This is just...
I agree. I mean, they just have everything on the blow side. They have
Yeah.
beautiful engage. They have beautiful wombo combos potentially with the Rakan on Galio and Azir coming in with the follow-up. Ezreal having an easy time picking off those CC targets. And the mix of damage is beautiful. You have the counter pick on the top lane with Galio laning into Rumble. And you have the tankiness from Galio and Xin. So, and Excellent is just all in. No backing out, just
Yeah.
press W on your keyboard if it that will come in sooner patches, not yet. The game is still being controlled by the mouse, but yeah, you'll see that as well.
Yeah, the only thing that I kind of don't really like for Team Ted is the Ezreal. I think maybe they would benefit a bit more as far as consistent damage is concerned. But still, Ezreal is a bit slippery, so I feel like having the option of escaping from the Equalizer, from Kha'Zix, who's probably going to be jumping on you, from the Orianna Shockwave, I feel like in that aspect, I understand why it was picked. But I also just think that if somehow Team Axelent does actually end up going into a big lead, I think the Ezreal really isn't going to be doing that much.
Yeah. It is pretty unconventional and he's not that consistent in damage. And also Team 10-year deal do have the unsealed spellbook advantage with Steelback opting for that rune. So potential TP, potential exhaust on the Kha'Zix or the haste. I mean, even if they do find a wombo combo, if he does find the exhaust on the haste, it's not going to be that much damage coming in. Or the Corki, of course, who can be a very menacing late game powerhouse. So we'll see. But obviously, also Team Excellent, although they are all in, do have a lot of potential on their side as well. If Thomas does find a beautiful ulti, it could be a nice setup for the Shockwave. Of course, I've mentioned the Stealth Shockwave being possible with the Kha'Zix. And of course, you have the Rumble, big AoE ulti coming up. You have Excellence, big AoE damage. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, they do have a lot of tools on their side to fight back.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in the mid 2v2, or rather mid-jungle 2v2, I feel like it's going to be like a JoJo episode, like, where's the ball? Because if you don't really find it in time, I think there's going to be Shockwave spawning right beneath you. So I'm going to be quite curious, of course, as to how this will end up kind of being played out. Still, though, it's the double-ranged, of course, comp here from Thomas, and, of course, Axelent, that just do end up grabbing the prio, as they can just grab those minions way faster. But still, it is a bit of an interesting thing, I suppose, overall in the game. Even, I suppose, with Galio top, who can even potentially join on these 2v2s, making them 3v2s if he is level 6 and in range. That's a nice knock up there from Steelback, and oh my god, that's a lot of damage now onto Axel Neveris. He immediately eased forward. The barrier was popped. Here comes the counter barrier though, but it's going to be used with both heals. So Axelent now not really in the greatest of positions, is actually kind of forced to recall now. We'll see if Steelback ends up stopping him. Now it's going to be Thomas who just blocks everything.
Yeah, but I mean, his wave is still terrible. They do have more minions on their side. It will be at least frozen and pushing into the side of Team Ted. So Excellent will lose out on some CS.
Yep.
Well, Everest is quite healthy on his side. He did use the barrier, but I mean, so did Excellent. Stefan doesn't have the smite just yet, but Spooky does get it, but is taking so much damage from Septico. The beautiful taunt comes in, and it seems like they die at exactly the same time, but first blood goes for Team Ted. Stefan just running down Nile. Here comes Thomas being so quick, so Nile is forced to flash out.
Yep. All in all, 1-for-1. Gold lead, basically still even. Nothing really ended up kind of changing. But Avarice is just actually playing so aggressive. I love that from him. Feels like Corky really can't catch a break, and now with Thomas obviously leaving to help out in the top fight. Even though he didn't end up getting the assist, which I feel like is one of those things as a supporter you're like, man.
Yeah.
Gotta be the worst feeling.
But this game is so symmetrical. Both bot laners using their summoner spells at the same time. 4 flashes on the top side between junglers and top laners, and both junglers taking that kill in that fight.
Nile, of course, in this matchup isn't really going to be having any fun, probably until he completes like the first few components with MR.
Yeah, but still Septico, I mean, when he will have his with the Conqueror, he will dish out a lot of damage.
Yep.
Doesn't really matter that Nile will have a lot of MR if just the numbers are so huge on Rumble. With the overheat, with the Cuber.
100%. Still, I'm kind of wondering now, especially with the mid, the level 6 hits. Nafkala beautifully dropping the haste all the way to his tower. Still looking for that solo bolo as he does have the flash. The haste, I don't know how much longer it's going to take him to grab 6, but I believe it, yeah, it's going to happen now. So now Nafkala, I feel like, should maybe be a bit more wary of Mr. Stefan.
Yeah. Both mid laners still do have their flashes.
Yep.
And the early lucidity boost from the haste will have an easier time spacing out Nafkela, but also no combat stats obviously on his side. Meanwhile, Nafkela does have now 2 components of Nashers. Will dish out more damage, and the haste will go for the tier item. But I'm wondering, will he go for the rod as well, as I'm as I know that is also an option for the Orianna, especially in esports.
Yeah, Nafkela looking to trade. There's going to be a nice little shockwave from D-Haste, basically paying him back, but Spooky here has arrived. I think he did end up hitting that spear, but doesn't seem like he's willing to commit to this any longer. Spots Thomas now in the jungle, but I think that he's kind of afraid because they got no info on Stefan, and I feel like if Stefan does end up kind of coming here with somebody isolated, they could just get blown up. Even now, Steelback and Avarice are just dropping those wards, going right back to their tower. I feel like even though we don't really see the bug often, the purple bug is quite scary in the early game.
Yeah, he is for sure. I mean, he does have 55 AD in components and did hit a level 6 now. The invade, nice stun there by Thomas, still back. He's providing some cover, so he will get out nicely. Stefan did use his ultimate.
Another really slow game.
Yeah, I mean, they all are trading pretty aggressively, but nobody really goes for the kill switch, the all-in completely. I mean, they are aware they're now in such a high phase of this tournament, and they are fighting for a nice prize pool, so they can't be overly eager to just all in on something, get punished, and lose the game because of it.
Yeah, I mean that is fair. 100%.
Yep, but obviously League of Legends is not won by just standing under the turret and scraping CS. You have to be proactive on the map, and that is what Team TED is now doing with the grubs. Axelent do have the dragon, but as I've said again before, the grubs are a bit better than the single Drake, but the gold is dead even. I mean, so is the kill board. The CS on everybody is almost equal.
The El Clasico.
Yeah, he's such an annoying little guy.
Pops electrocute, runs away. I feel like that's going to be happening quite a few times in this game. But still though, like even the top side, look at this, like Galio is ahead now, even though Rumble will now take care of the remaining CS. 1-1 in 9 minutes. Gold basically dead even, but with these grubs, I think Team TED are now probably going to be looking to kind of start playing a bit more aggressively to kind of at least capitalize on the plates now that they have grubs.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody's left alone with a turret for a few seconds, the plates are going to be melted. And actually, Nile did grab one. Yeah, if I'm seeing correctly, the TP is coming in jungle. Everest trading with Stefan. Here comes T-Haste within a very aggressive TP. Steelback does have his ultimate, so the counterplay here is very much possible. But again, they will all just back out.
Yep. Nobody wants to commit. 40 seconds still though left on the timer before the dragon spawns. We might actually see something like happen in this game when the Drake does end up spawning. Avarice still keeping up the Ezreal aggression, even though he has kind of fallen a bit back as far as the CS is concerned.
But Nafgala immediately now finishing the Nashers, dude. Sundered Sky for Spooky and Hollow Radiance for Nile. So already 3 full items on their side. Meanwhile, Axelent still lagging behind. Stefan does go for the trade. Beautiful 2-man shockwave, and they're just connected so much AoE, but Azin ult is blocking so much damage, and Axelent grabs the first kill. Meanwhile, drops Stefan. Spooky being 1 HP. Axelent does find the kill. The second kill for him, but he does now die. And TP coming in from Septico. The ultimate comes in from Nile, but still Nafkela. So much damage that this Yordle in the robot machine does, and they will find Everest as well. Septico does get traded back, but that is still a 4-4 4-3 for the side of Team Axelent.
Yeah, nicely played there. I feel like that was such a beautiful shockwave, just grabbing two people, and as you've just said, like, yeah, the bug is invisible. There's a ball on him.
Yep.
So the two-man shockwave ended up happening, and of course, I feel like Septico kind of ended up arriving just on time to finish, and Nafkala as well, which kind of ended up turning the fight completely in their favor. Still, though, with so many casualties, they can't really get the Drake, so they're all still kind of wandering around. The wards will be dropped, so we might see another fight quite soon.
And that exactly what you just said was crucial for this fight. Septico coming in like 5 seconds earlier than Nile, and the Galio ulti is a tool that needs to be used at the start of the fight while your teammates are still alive, while you do have that multi-CC potential, and you should be a frontline for your team. So when you come in so late and your own job is really finishing off those skills or getting one member of your team back to safety, the potential is just not used, but Team TED will grab their first Drake. So it's currently 1-on-1 in Drakes, but Team Axelent still from that fight in a nice gold lead.
Absolutely. Still though, we'll see what ends up happening here. As you just said, of course, the Team TED ended up grabbing it, the gold lead, 1,000 here for Axelent. As it does seem like Axelent is being quite aggressive now in the bottom side jungle of Team TED. They spotted Xin. They ended up kind of forcing him out a little bit, even though Spooky still ended up grabbing, well, basically every camp. But yeah, even with it, like, the amount of vision here is so big. Like, a ward on blue, close to, of course, the tri-bush, one even right in the little passage from the mid tower.
Yep.
I feel like they're going to be getting info for days. Even another ward here, right on Raptors.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas is doing such a good job being the perfect vision placing support. He's so mobile, he needs to roam around the map to pick up the chimes, and he does have the redemption, which Steelback still doesn't have, and all of the other full items have been completed for Team Axelent, so the fights are going to be even rougher, because that last fight they had 3 full items on the side of Team TED, meanwhile 0 full items on the side of Team Axelent, and Team Axelent were still the ones that came out on top. But obviously a lot of micro misplays happening on Team TED, which Team Axelent just abused perfectly.
Yep. Really, really well done. As we do see, the mid laners now kind of on the bot lane, so Oriana's going to keep on shoving those waves. Nafkala just waiting on his TP, he's going to have it soon, but he ended up walking up towards top, so they might even actually end up grabbing the bot tier 1. I don't know how low it is, but on the map it seems like it's been quite badly damaged. I'm wondering though. No, it isn't really that badly damaged. It still has about a quarter of HP left, even more. So that first tower will not be claimed anytime soon, as Galio is now matching Oriana, which, again, is quite good. An anti-mage on that duty.
Yeah, even better for him. I mean, the haste only has Seraph, so not a lot of damage coming out from him. So Nile is such a beautiful response to him. And obviously Nafkela into Septico, outraging him a bit, having that escape.
Yep.
Not allowing Rumble to all-in you is also quite nice. The Rift Herald has been started, beautiful stun by Thomas, but he will just need to get out. Nafkela almost dropping to half HP. Kinda bad, beautiful ult there from Thomas, getting Spooky isolated, beautiful stun, but still back does buy some time for them, and the Equalizer drops in. Spooky can't block that much damage, he does flash out and is still alive. Here comes the ultimate from Nile, and seems like they were all just back out, and now the Team Axelent will be the ones that grab the Rift Herald.
Yeah, beautifully done there, I feel like, once again from Team Axelent, just kind of zoning them out. Steelback needing to pop his ulti. And even with the ult, I feel like they just... he charmed like one person, I believe, or something, and
yeah,
he immediately needed to kind of run away, because just the sheer damage output here for the side of Team Axelent is so big.
Yeah, and obviously in a 1v1 situation, Kha'Zix is just perfect for Xin Zhao as he is out-damaging him. When he's isolated, obviously, he would out-damage pretty much every champion in the game, but that works out quite nicely as Spooky. His champion is usually the one taking a lot of damage with his ultis in fight, but if you have a melee assassin stuck on you, you will get killed pretty easily.
Yep. We just see again a bit more of these defensive wards for the side of Team Ted. It doesn't seem like any of them do end up providing more info, as another ward will be spotted here by Thomas. But still though, I feel like the vision war is just so one-sided. I feel like Team Axelent, even if it isn't necessarily the enemy side's part of the map, they're just really good at this. And now that's going to be a beautiful taunt there by Nile. Spooky looking to finish the job. Nile almost ends up dying. Spooky, I think, will survive. Yeah. No harm done, but ooh, here comes Stefan. It might actually end up being a double kill that he ends up grabbing. Beautifully done. Steelback, he was a bit too late to recognize this. So, 2 for 1. Pushing top. Does have the Herald if he so desires to pop it, but it seems like he will recall. That's an interesting flash, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, flash for flash. Nafkela goes very aggressive here, and Septico just backs off. But yeah, those evolved spikes on Stefan are doing such nice utility work as you slow them by 90% or something like that. It's crazy, and it's so easy to keep sticking to them. And obviously getting one after one in isolation just deals so much.
Seven to 5. Gold lead is swinging now quite solidly for the side of Team Axelent. Kha'Zix will be spotted on the dragons, so Stefan will have to E away. But here come the reinforcements. W, it's going to be a knock-up now. Axelent, stuck between a rock and a hard place, immediately gets taken down. And with this Herald kind of marching towards mid, it seems like it's going to end up crashing by itself. No funny Tokyo drifting shenanigans. That's going to be the first turret claimed as well. And now it's going to be a defense of the choke point, I feel like. Especially since you have Stefan, who, with the isolation damage on the dragon, can just claim it quite quickly.
Yeah, but no shockwave, no equalizer on Team Axelent's side. They will heal up a bit by the redemption. Pop from Thomas. It is still a 4v4. Thomas almost got killed by Spooky, but he doesn't get out. Actually, flashes out of the pit. Septico goes all in, dealing so much damage to Nile, and Steelback falling so low. Stefan dropping to half HP. The haste is quite healthy. Doesn't have that much mana. Now goes Everest very aggressively, but Septico does survive. Still has the flash. Stefan doesn't have the smite just yet. Spooky has his, and now Stefan will get his smite, but he's so low on the Hellbar that he will have to back off.
No contesting will happen now. As you've said, yeah, a lot of important cooldowns ended up being used here by Team Axelent, so that was quite good from Ted, just still sticking around, as Nafkela, of course, rejoined with his TP, now healthier than ever. So they do get zoned out of the Dragon Pit. Still though, 8 to 6. Gold lead still in their favor by quite a nice margin. Otacon has spawned. Septico is now completely aware at what's going on, so they will have to kind of go back. Don't really want to overcommit. I feel like that's the story of both teams. The first one who kind of goes in does almost end up losing. Beautifully done here by Nile, just 1v1ing D-Haste. He's a mage. He can't really do anything to this Galio. He can just run for the hills. The second knock-up now will come through. Even pops the Seraphs before he ends up leaving. The Shockwave is nice. It does deal a lot of damage in this trade, but I still think that Nile's going to be quite happy with this one.
Yeah, I agree. Obviously, Haste using Shockwave. They both don't have the TP, and Arakan is on the bot side. Meaning a potential even 4v4 can come out, but they will just both reset, and they need to path to bot lane.
Yep.
Obviously, Nile is so crucial with, for his team, so is the Haste. Now, can they use the timer without the Shockwave is the question, and obviously no Seraphs now for the Haste, but he did buy the Rabadons, which is such an aggressive option.
Yeah, that's quite early on.
Yeah, very funny. But obviously, Seraph's giving him a lot of AP, and now with Rabadons, those are some huge numbers, but no utility really in his items. Meanwhile, Nafkela's Royal Eyes is going to be so annoying, slowing them down and making him a bit tankier.
So though Nafkela just shoving the bot wave in, the ward will be spotted. As it does seem like 4 members of Team TED have already crossed down to the bottom side river. They're still playing around, well, mostly Vision. Nothing really out of the ordinary has been happening. The Otacon, I think they are quite aware of what's happening with it. Considering that the Rumble went on to kind of match Nile, that's a lot of damage he had there onto Steelback, even though it does seem like the Shockwave was committed. Now though, Spooky, he could potentially be stuck here, isolated by the rest of his team. Steelback looking to kind of re-engage. There's going to be a W as he dashes away immediately. The heal from Bard for the move speed will be enough, but now they turned their backs towards Nafkela. They know where he's at. He's going to have to pop his ulti to get away safely, and my god, what a fiesta on all sides.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, still like being overly aggressive. Nafkela stuck under the turret against 3 members of Team Axelent, and now they did find 2 picks on their side. Will lose them the turret on mid lane, but still, I feel like this is an Arakan angle, especially with the Kazakhs dishing out so much DPS on objectives. And what is the response? Are they looking for it? They will try to find the pick on Spooky. Doesn't have his ultimate. Denial ultimate comes in. Steelback doesn't have the combo. They do find the Arakan Team Excellent side, but they are quite low in the HP. Beautiful flash by Stefan. Does kill Everest. And now they don't have any damage on their side for Team TED. Nile does find the pick on Thomas, but yeah, that's all she wrote. I feel like now Team Excellent just get out safely with the Otacon and the gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, beautifully played all in all. I feel like just recognizing where Avarice is, and as I said, I feel like they're just leveraging the isolation damage so perfectly. Like, look at this, even now, Stefan with a mid-air shockwave. They just lock him down. He's unstoppable. 6-1-2 opportunity in his pockets, and now he's going to be recalling. He's going to be quite rich, I believe. So, yeah, I think that Team TED are taking these fights really sloppily. I feel like it almost always feels like one person, maybe even 2, are isolated. It feels like they're not really playing Death Ball. They're allowing Stefan to kind of find really good angles to either assassinate somebody or follow up, as in this case it was right on top of Avarice. So things not really looking good now for Team TED. 3,000 gold lead. And of course with the Otacon kind of given away, I think the snowball might start rolling. DP bot lane now. Seems like they want to fully commit there onto Septico. There we go. The Shurima Shuffle will bring him back. Thomas here has joined. It's going to be quite a bit of healing, but Redemption doesn't proc on time. So that's going to be a nice pickup here by Team TED as they're looking to also get this tower.
Yeah, and what a nice pick, but he's the least valuable. Seems like player for Team Excellent, at least in terms of gold, as they didn't find the bounties just yet. But yeah, now they do put themselves on the soul point. And it's the same soul as the last game, actually. It was the Cloud Soul as well, last game.
The soul of zooming.
Yeah. The previously highest win rate soul, which then has been nerfed. Or was it the other way around, that it was weak? And nah, I think it was the strongest, right? And
it was statistically the strongest, which was also quite funny because everybody complained about it. They're like, "Oh, it's so bad, it's so bad." But like, it's just one of those things in League of Legends where people are like, "Oh, stats like move speed don't matter."
Yeah, but it's such an underrated stat.
It's arguably the most broken stat in the entire game.
Yeah, I agree.
So, yeah, that's kind of what ended up happening. But I also believe that people were really complaining about it, even though it had the highest win rate, and they ended up buffing it. But then people were like, oh wait, I think this might be a tad bit too broken. So I think some changes were actually reverted. But I think that was a couple seasons ago by now.
Yeah, now a collective 3,000 gold lead for Team Excellent. Excellent playing so aggressively. Thomas does with the ulti, which is an important tool, but I mean, look at Stefan and the Haze. They are the richest members of their team. The Haze is going to be on 3 items soon. Stefan already at that point with Cerilda. It's such a huge spike in damage.
Yep.
Spooky being very aggressive here. Does get hit by the shockwave, but Stefan can't really fully commit as a lot of members of Team TED did protect Spooky, and that's shockwave gone now for the fight. So already 2 ultimates popped for this side of Axelent, but now on the side of Team TED as well with the Zin and Ezreal popping theirs, so everybody will just kind of back off.
Yep. I mean, even without those ultis, I feel like there really isn't anything you can kind of fight on. Like, sure, the Baron is up, but forcing a 5v5 in the Baron pit, I don't really think that's a good idea, because Corki is going to shred everything. They still have the Equalizer available, so they're going to get just melted. And if not melted, I mean, just throwing it out so they can't really walk outside of the pit is always going to be quite good. So yeah, the game has, again, been slowed down by a large margin. Ezreal has completed 3 items, same for Corki, so both of these carries are looking to dish out a lot of damage. Shadow Flame was also completed in the meantime for D-Haste, who's going to be quite happy now, I feel like, with his damage output. No Zonias or anything, as it seems like Azir is going to be the only one building Zonias as the 3rd item. Well, also Galio, but Galio is probably just looking to kind of go in, knock a lot of people up, maybe Zonia for safety, so the rest of his team can kind of come back in the fight.
Yeah, now 3 members of Team Axelent with 3 full items. Excellent, finds Steelback. He drops so low, but never mind, here comes the re-engage. Thomas with a beautiful ulti to Spooky, but of Kela with a beautiful shuffle. Stefan forced to flash away, and that's a huge peak already. But the shockwave wasn't enough, it seems. Stefan does find the kill on Kela. Steelback and never stuck in the backline, being so low, allowing Spooky and Isle to be taken down so easily.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, it was a 3-for-1 for Team Axelent with a beautiful re-engage.
Yeah, I don't really know how Shockwave didn't kill anybody. I feel like that was such a good Shockwave, and it ended up just like chunking them.
I was watching that and I feel like I saw the animation of it, but it didn't do anything. I don't know really what happened there. I mean, it surely did something, right? I can't be daydreaming.
The Lulu.
Yeah.
But yeah, good Bard ulti there, kind of stopping the engage, but Nafkela once again beautifully finding them, and with the Shockwave, which we're going to see in a moment. Yeah, I mean, it did on chunk, but...
Yeah, it did chunk them a bit, but when I was watching it, it felt like it didn't do much, but yeah, obviously chunking them quite nicely. Still back at the start of the fight being way too low to help out his team, and he is kind of the main engage, with Nafkela popping his ulti to kill Axelent.
And now the Baron also was claimed. So, things are starting to look quite good here for this side of Team Axelent. Stefan already was looking for that engage. Shockwave was used, but we talked about the power of Israel just eating away.
Yeah, Stefan's ulti had the icon of a question mark on it.
Oh, really?
So that was very, very funny. But yeah, I mean, Stefan is close to getting the 4th item, and the haste with 3 items, and has the Seekers now with the active stasis being available for him. I mean, obviously on the other side of Kela and Everest with 3 items, they are dishing out a lot of damage, but it looks very, very hard to play this for Team TED, as collectively Team Axelent is 6.5k gold ahead, which is over 2 full items.
Yep. It is quite nice, I will say, but we'll see what kind of ends up happening here. Stefan just Wing away, as per usual. The slow is quite good. I think the final evolve was on his ulti, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't really know what color that skin is, so I could be quite wrong. It seems like Stefan here will have to E away, but beautiful re-engage now. Stefan has been found knocked up again. Somehow he still lives, which I don't really know. How is this legal?
Yeah.
How is he alive?
Yeah, but I think he cost the Haste his life, so they will find a pick on him. But in the meantime, they are shoving the mid wave, trying to get that tier 3 turret. And obviously, the Baron was taken previously. They still have the buff, so except to kill, nothing else that really Team Ted can capitalize on. And now that inhibitor is wide open, still untaken.
Yep. Father, why have you forsaken me? Is probably the question atop the Haste's mind. As you've just said, it ended up kind of costing him his life, but still having the jungler around in this kind of late phase of the game, I feel like is probably going to be a bit more beneficial, but still there are really no objectives, so...
Yeah, I mean, he did give a bounty to Team Ted, but still, Team Axelent is now, what, 7,500, 7,000
Yep.
gold ahead, so I mean, they're just in a beautiful spot, and obviously Stefan does have the bigger bounty on his head than the Haste had, I'm pretty sure, so obviously it is better for the Haste to die there.
Yep. Interesting from Stefan to kind of go onto Nile in a minion wave.
Yep.
Steelback, though, I think was definitely spotted there, so I think they are aware of his whereabouts. Still, though, it was just so slow for now, but there comes a big burst here from Stefan. Even the ulti of Thomas finds its mark. Nafkela now cannot move. The damage is just too much. Steelback, the only member who might even end up surviving, as Avarice is also needing to back away. And with Spooky being all the way in the mid lane, I am afraid of what Team Axelent is now gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, the fights on Team Excellent sides are just uncontested. I mean, how do you respond? You are so far behind, 10,000 gold now, and I feel like the aggressive comp of Team Excellent can just run you down. They will look for this tier 3 on the top lane. And no ulti available for Steelback, so there is no really an option for them. They have to just sit back, try to poke out a bit, try to survive, but you are bleeding out. Septico forced to flash out, Spooky does flash on him, the Bard ult will buy some time for the rest of the team members of Excellent to come into help, but they just leave him. Actually, the Haze does find the kill on Steelback, but still is a better trade for Team Ted. Nafkela goes in with a flash ulti, they do find Thomas, not quite yet, but they are still... The damage dealers of Team Excellent are still alive and well, and I feel like they will just pick them off one by one. Nile does find Excellent.
Yeah, D Haze has no mana. I feel like he used all of it for that last Q. Still, I feel like this was probably the best opportunity that Team Ted has gotten in this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice, obviously 4-4-3 for Team Excellent, but the problem is the two members with the biggest bounties staying alive.
Yep.
If they found Stefan, that would be beautiful for them, but now the gold lead has expanded for Team Excellent.
Yeah, and also with Baron being up in around 15 seconds, Dragon also in around 30, I believe. I think this is going to end up being quite big. Here, though, I feel like D-Haste really didn't need to pop his Shockwave just to kill the support.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, if he did have the mana, he would just contribute so more here.
Yep.
It's very sad that he didn't have.
Just autoing away.
Yeah, I mean, half of the fight he had no mana for an ability. So,
Yeah.
But
Quite
now,
unlucky.
oh, he even goes for the Verdant Barrier. Oof, yeah. There is a Chinese term for the players who build both the Zonya and the Banshees, but obviously I don't speak Chinese, so I'm not sure what the exact term is. But yeah.
Okay, I mean...
Steelback goes in, but takes whole his HP, and Nafkela also dropping as well.
Yep.
And just GA being proc there for Spooky not being in the fight really. I mean, they are just so strong. They are completely running them over, and that is it, I think,
Yeah,
for the game number 2.
I think Team TED just ended up meeting Team Axelent in a very Chinese part of their lives. So, not really much could have been done. I feel like this was a slow burn stomp.
Yep. Yeah, it was, and I didn't look what was the gold lead at the end, but it was over 13,000. So
Yep.
definitely a convincing win from Team Excellent and revenge for the game 1. So currently it is 1-1.
Yep, 1-2-1. So we're still not on the elimination, but next match will put somebody
Yeah.
into the elimination zone. So we'll be taking a small break, and we'll be back with game number 3.
Bring it back, 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 back. Bring it, keep it back, 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 back. Look at all this, bring it. all these chicks. Whip it up, all these rocks on my wrist. Bring it back, 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 back. Bring it back, 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 back. Look at all this, bring it back, 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 back. Bring it, keep it back, 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 back. Look at all this, bring it. Back, 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 bring it. Look at all this, bring it. Keep it back, 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 back. Look at all this, bring it. Look at all this, bring it.
Now move your body, it's just a beat. It's just a beat.
That was synchronized.
Yeah, that was great. Scripted stream as per usual.
Yep.
But we are now in the game number 3
Yep.
between Team 10-Year Deal and Team Axelent, and a 1-1 score currently, and this series could not be more back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, Team Axelent actually ended up cooking up quite a nice draft here. I feel like they kind of ended up showing Agrin how to play Kha'Zix,
Oh yeah,
because that was really well played by Stefan.
talk your smack. Hell.
Hell yeah. But hey, gotta praise our players here. But yeah, they did wonderfully. On the other side, that's a champion that I can't see because it's black and white. So
Casio.
you're gonna have... Okay, that's not really the champion I was expecting. But yeah, the Scion ban here for the red side.
Yeah, makes sense. And
Yep.
Team 10-Year Deal losing the game number 2, choosing the blue side. So it seems like 2 games in a row, blue side won.
Yeah.
I think first game, yeah, Team 10-Year Deal was blue side as well. So will the tradition continue, or will someone break the curse of the red side? We'll see, but the Rise ban now comes out.
Oh, yeah, we could see a Talia here. especially on the blue side. As I don't really know what else you can kind of first pick, because like Rumble is out, Oriana is out. I feel like Yunara was first pick quite a bit, but not really to that extent. On the other side, I feel like it was usually the Azir, the Xin. So we got quite a few good champions here already out. Caitlyn here will be banned, which I'll be happy about. But yeah, we're waiting on the final ban here of Team Axelent. See what they cook up this time around.
The German. So we'll see, and not a lot of picks available for the junglers, I feel like.
Yep. I mean, do you just immediately lock in Talia? Because there really isn't a rise to match it. Also, Galio was taken off the board, so I feel like not a single other champion can kind of match these roams that Talia can provide.
Or if she isn't picked, I feel like Talia Pantheon could work quite nicely. But then again, Poppy is also open. You'll see, actually, a lot of nice supports are open. I mean, Rel, Yona, Poppy, Alistar, Braum. Yeah.
Interesting first pick.
Yeah, nice. She was banned in the previous Champ Select.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of tanks here were removed. So here comes Renekton. Here comes the Crocodile.
Yeah, as a response and as the counter pick for the Ambessa, does have the also shield break with her W and the Eclipse. She'll probably run first item. That is very, very nice, and also can set up the dives so beautifully, as he can just point and click stun someone for 2 seconds.
Yep.
And what do you pick now? Do you go for a Sejuani jungle? I think
oh
would
yeah,
be
that would
very
be huge.
interesting.
That would actually be quite huge, and I feel like that would be also important in locking down a champion that can dash around
Or
quite a bit.
Alistar, which is usually something that is left for the counter pick.
Yeah.
Because I feel like now you could go either the Braum or the Poppy.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Talia Pantheon is now open for the other side. I feel like that's also something that they definitely should consider.
Yeah, agreed.
But still, yeah, it's been a slow and methodical champ select. I definitely.
I mean, yeah, nice peek into the Andy Braum, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I quite like. I mean, obviously, Alistar not being able to find the knock-up on Lucian, as he can always just E out when he sees the cow dashing on top of him. And the synergy between their passives is also quite nice.
I mean, what do you pair up with Alistar now if you do end up deciding to kind of match the bot lane? Okay, no, it's going to be the Talia. But yeah, I was kind of wondering, like, do you go for maybe Smolder, get some more scaling in your team comp? But if you do go Smolder, I feel like it's going to be a bit of a damage discrepancy in a lot of these different parts of the game. But
I don't feel like you would want to go Smolder into Braum, as later on the ulti W could just be blocked, and there is so much AoE damage. This could be potentially blocked.
Yep, 100%. Huedo looking to be banned here, so they're just chopping away at the scaling mid lane mages.
Yeah, and I feel like the Pantheon ban should also come out, as you've said. The Pantheon Talia, just a classic combination of their abilities. I mean, with the W stun and the Talia combo, and as well the ultimates.
Yeah, just be present everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. We'll see though what they end up banning. But also, like, for the final ban here on the red side, I mean, do you just maybe ban a jungler? But what kind of jungler would you even expect to come out now? Like a Viego maybe? Okay, I like the Sivir, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I feel like she has so much damage. I mean, in teamfight, she's probably the most DPS ADC you could imagine, except maybe the Jinx after she gets the passive off, but obviously if they're stacked together, there's so much damage, and
yeah. I mean, yeah, I was about to mention, I think that maybe with the Alistar, Jinx could be a nice, well-rounded pick, I feel like. Because if you think about it, like, Ambessa is obviously when I'm gonna dash towards you. The Braum, once his shield is down, he's just kind of a sitting duck. Lucian with Jinx, I feel like you can outrange him, even kind of not necessarily force fights, but I feel like if it does come into these trading scenarios, Jinx can still kind of end up being even or even on top, depending on, of course, how it ends up being played. But yeah, Devi will be taken out, and it's gonna be the Ahri as the final ban. So with the first pick left here, I really wouldn't be surprised to see a Pantheon, but as I've said, do you leave the jungle to counterpick?
He is thinking
That's all.
about it.
Yeah, that's a lot of hovers. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, it is going to be Smolder. I
Yep.
mean, obviously there is the counterplay potential from Alistar or Thomas in this example.
Yeah, just W him
to
away.
W the Brom away, yeah.
And I mean, like, as I've said, the second that his shield does end up falling down, just mow them down with the W and ulti. So there's that aspect of it as well. And I feel like Smolder isn't really that hindered by it because he does have the E. So he can always just kind of find maybe a better angle. So yeah, not bad at all. Lilia
Oh,
is
Lilia.
locked in. I do like that, especially for the damage spread, because you do have quite a bit of AD damage, and with picking a Tristana mid, that's going to be even more AD damage. So 2 ADCs scaling into the late game, those towers
Yeah.
are going to be hurting.
You know what? It was in my head to mention the Tristana mid, but for the Team Excellent side, but I didn't say it out loud, and it actually comes out here from Team Ted. It's very,
Yep.
very funny. I mean, obviously, she does bully most of the matchups in like level 1, 2. But later on, Talia does have those rocks that can stun you up if you decide to W into her, and Maokai has the last ban. Obviously, the 2v2 with jungle mid lane is much, much weaker on Team
Yeah.
Excellent side.
Yep.
And the early game is also, I mean, Renekton is such a nice monster in the early game, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah,
Who-
Talia looking to get 3 items, Smolder,
Yeah.
3 items in stacks.
Yeah, I feel like the win con for Team Excellent is somehow to permadive with Renekton Maokai, as they just work so together, so well together. But I don't know, it's going to be a rough one because
I don't know what to expect. if
their
I'm being
damage,
honest.
yeah, is so low. And if Smolder, when he does use his abilities, like who is there to finish off the kills? I don't know.
Yep. I mean, it's probably going to be the other way around. I feel like it's going to be Talia poking and then Smolder looking to kind of all in with the ulti and the W, of course, just dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, but he's a champion. When you have a lot of AoE, you should just throw out abilities when you see people stacked, you know. If you do see one guy low on HP, maybe you can throw the ulti at him, but then the rest of the members will come out at you and you don't have cooldowns. So, I mean, yeah, obviously, and when he does have the stacks, obviously, he can finish off the kills very nicely with his Q. But I feel like in this early to mid game, they are going to struggle quite a lot, but you never know. He did opt for the TP and Ever is for the cleanse, so the TP advantage is quite nice for Team Excellent.
Yep. We'll see how this match ends up going. I just hope it isn't going to end up being kind of the situation of last game where I feel like nothing was happening, and then it was 2 fights, and then it was 38 minutes of a nothing burger to just close it out. So yeah, with these picks, I would personally like a bit more fighting, something a bit more exciting, but we'll see what both these teams end up providing.
Yeah, and obviously the Maokai pick is so great into the Lilia alone, as she can't outrun your W, and when you do get the root of her, she is quite easy to finish off. And obviously I don't think she will find those crazy flash 5-man Q into ulti angles, as you have both the Alistar and the Maokai to really zone her out and CC her before she comes into those angles.
Yep. It is going to be quite nice. Still though, nicely done there. As we're going to be looking at probably just a lot of trading, not really a lot of actual fighting, maybe other than the top lane, that might just be the exemption of this rule.
Yeah, nice kills there by Emre is poking excellent already. Quite nicely. But obviously it is so hard to find those all-ins as Braum is more of a defensive champion and Alistar is as well. If they do find the angle on you, you can just shove them back. Nile did opt for the grasp, meanwhile Conqueror on Septico's side, so
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't know if I see a phase rush on Maokai that often. I feel like if it is used, it's mostly on like the top lane where you just want to like trade and whip, run away. So we'll see what kind of ends up happening here. As it feels like this Smolder is just looking to, of course, stack away. He does have Fleet, so a bit more sustain. Also running Biscuits with the pot, so I think he just wants to stay in this lane as long as possible and fire away.
yeah, now both junglers are on the bot side, which I don't think Stefan likes, as he is much weaker in the early game and obviously has quite slow of a clear, not even finishing the full clear before the scuttle, so Spooky is going to grab that one, but now will Spooky just run straight to top lane, and I think he will contest the other scuttler as well. And Nafkela shoving that wave in can just help him out. And I think, yeah, Stefan is going to get double scuttled. Some nice poke damage on the haste. He's also dropping very low in mana. Now Nafkela does go in, flashes a double, and there will be a solo bolo. First blood for him. Big misstep by the haste, and a beautiful response from Nafkela, seeing him walk up slightly
Yeah, I don't
further.
know. You gotta respect the early game burst of Nafkela. I mean, Tristana especially is such a champion that's really good in these situations, and now even Septico here ends up being kind of forced out as he's covering for Stefan. The scuttle though wasn't yoinked. It actually ended up being traded.
Yeah,
But
I
still,
mean,
with the solo
this is
bolo, I
nice.
think you're happy.
Yeah, no, of course you are.
You don't mind it.
And Tristana also being so snowbally, and obviously Spooky can easily just set up someone for the grabs with his sleep and a full BF sword coming from Nafkela. A very nice spike.
Yeah. As it's just become a farming simulator again on, of course, all friends. The dragon here has spawned bot side, so I'm kind of wondering if there's going to be any teams looking to kind of be quick with their rotations to end up kind of grabbing that. Excellent. He's just dodging beautifully. He doesn't really care, so the flash was used here by Steelback. And yeah, I feel like on that note, Smolder is just kind of chilling in lane.
Yeah, now he will just TP back and break this freeze. Will not lose out on minions. Nile does have the level up on Septico, but I feel like Septico will get his, yep.
Yep, really nicely done. I don't know how much stacks he has. Of course, that's always going to be the question in the game, because I feel like on average we're looking at the final passive upgrade, I believe, at like 20-ish minutes. So we'll see if it's going to be excellent, maybe speeding or slowing things down.
Yeah, but I feel like with Alistar he can really just walk up, throw out abilities, and then E out, and if the flash on his face, Thomas can heal him and help the situation out. Beautiful combos from the haze, but that still is quite dangerous for Steelback and Spooky. It seems like they are kiting back. The Drake has reset. Top laners don't have their TPs, so it will at most be a 4v4 but it seems like both teams did give it up, and Stefan will grab the skull grab for himself.
Yep. It's a chill game. Again, 7 minutes, really not a lot of action other than the really early 2v2 for the mid jungle duo. Avarice already kind of pushing up here. Was maybe looking for a nice angle, but no angle here really shall be found. Axelent and Thomas, as you've just said, you got that Alistar, you're not really caring that much. For you, it's just completing the call, it's about getting those stacks. That's another stack added.
Yeah. And obviously, Lucian is a champion that has so much aggressive potential and all-ins, and he's probably losing his patience bit by bit, but a level 6 power spike from Steelback will be detrimental here for Thomas, as he's already 1 HP. Beautiful flash in for Everest does pick up the kill, and yeah, he had to be wary of that, as Thomas was level 5. Witty phase rush as well, not being that tanky. He just got deleted, and that's what Everest finally waited for.
He really isn't, yeah, as you've said, just that strong before he hits 6. He really needs that that passive, and Drowsy, it seems like the dragon will be going to sleep. He will actually end up flashing, so that's just gonna end up being a bit of an assist, but still, do you really kind of use your flash in this situation? I feel like you're dead either way.
Yeah, you most definitely are, because if you run down, Everest will kill you. If you run up, Spooky will. So yeah, just you shouldn't really. And yeah, right. Just as I was saying, Everest wants to play more aggressively, but a beautiful ult from the haste will find the shutdown on him. So that's the kill for the other mid laner as well. But before that, Team Tenure Deal did grab the Feats of Warfare and a 1.5k gold lead even after the shutdown.
Yep. Steelback will be spotted by those saplings, as Stefan has already started the dragon. The haste does have his DP, so he really can't rejoin. Thomas here looking for some vision. He knows that Braum is on the other side of the pit.
Yeah, both Yuntal and Essence River coming out on the side of Team Nile, beautiful in those trades, and in the meantime, Stefan did solo bolo that Drake.
Yep. Nile has just been really aggressive, of course, on top, kind of leveraging those dashes, being really good in these trading scenarios, as he is rocking Grasp on the other side. There's a Conquer for Septico, so he just goes in, bonks him, dashes out, rinse and repeat. Yeah, there's gonna be a big gold discrepancy now, slowly but surely, and it seems like D-Haste is once again just kind of getting the better of Nafkela, because the W, it's just so unplayable. Nile looking to kind of escape, still had his flash if need be. But yeah, all in all, that was still quite good there from Septico, but yeah, as I was saying, Nafkela just ended up kind of Wing in the and all rocks of Talia, which ends up just stunning him and making him the perfect target to just completely annihilate. It's gonna be nice all-in again. Even though this time around, you know, Thomas is a bit more tanky, as the ultis are gonna be traded.
Yeah, Spooky coming to gank the top lane. Septicon dropping on 1 HP, doesn't have his ulti, does have his flash, but will not flash out, and Spooky will just grab that. Even without Nile's help. With full injuries, he does so much, and now has the 3 out of 4 KP. He is doing wonderfully for his team. And finally,
yeah, I think they were. I think Septico was. Even though he does have flash, I feel like he was also afraid of the counter flashes kind of popping through. So I think he just accepted.
Yep.
His death in that scenario. Still though, that's already quite a big gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. This early on, half a full item, definitely a lot. As you see, 4 full items on the side of Team Ted and 0, now 1 on the side of Team Axelent. But there is a Seraphs, which is still quite weak until it stacks up. And Nafkela did get that Yontal pretty early on, so it will be stacked up pretty fast. But yeah, I mean, Avarice being 2 kills ahead on Axelent and 23 CS now is quite a big gold lead. But Axelent is
Okay,
returning
the
fire.
ulti here was popped by Stefan. Avarice will have to cleanse it out. They do have the exhaust if a fight actually ends up kind of breaking out, but with Stefan kind of not really being able to lock Avarice down with his ulti, I don't really think we're going to be seeing a big fight. Never mind the re-engage here from Thomas. It feels like they're slowly baiting them in as another fight is going on in the meantime here at the top lane. Avarice isn't really that healthy, so Axelent looking to be quite aggressive. At least get those stacks going if he can't really kill anybody, but now Thomas will be forced to kind of ult. They might even end up killing him. Here comes the exhaust. He needed to heal and flash, so the summoners were completely traded.
Yeah, and cleanse heal or cleanse exhaust coming out from Team Ted. Excellent ulting for the wave and to stop those recalls.
Yep, and I mean, yeah, this I feel like just has been happening in Nafkela. It's just so rough to play into D-Haste, and beautifully done, but it's gonna be an insect onto Stefan. He might actually end up dying, and it's gonna be a double for Nile as he finds everything and some more, and now the dragon put to sleep again. That's gonna be a donation for the side of Team Ted, who is now up by almost 3,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, so beautifully played by Nile there. They just lined up perfectly, and an instant double kill there for him, and now both him and Spook here 2-0. They are doing so well, and of course, Nafkela and Everest, I mean, everybody is ahead on their counterparts, I would say. Yep. So that is how it should go in the early game with this difference in the draft. Now the question is, will they continue the rampage? But I feel like there is, even for the early game comp, it is quite a big of a lead, so...
Yep, they're definitely quite happy in the spot that they ended up kind of finding themselves in. And yeah, as you've mentioned, the spikes, they just kind of keep growing larger because there's a redemption on Braum, the Essence plus Ezeal item, Yuntal pickaxe. Even now, Lilia, of course, looking to build her second item. There's the first component as well, it's the Haunting Guys. So yeah, everybody kind of hitting their spikes. 2 people even having bounties, 250 gold on Abessa and 300 on Lilia.
Yeah, and one more thing, the Maokai pick is so great that is when you're preparing for the objectives, throwing saplings in the bushes, not only giving you vision, but zoning them out, and all of them are very squishy, and with Liandris and Raid Smite, it will also be quite some poke damage coming out before the fight. But now the Rift has been taken by Team Ted as a response to them getting the Drake. But still, Team Axelent did finish the feats of monster slaying, so we are waiting for the first turret to fall down.
Yep. Nafkela, once again being really aggressive there onto D-Haze. That's a beautiful flash, but the flash will come through. It doesn't even matter. The ulti and the bomb pop. That's all it's going to take here for D-Haze to lose his life.
Yeah, yet again, while having the flash, it is such a free kill, just flashing the W, and of course, you will out-damage him as a Tristana. Spooky coming in to gank the redemption, will fall. Septico will flash the ulti very nicely, so he will slip out.
Things are looking a bit rough now, as it seems like every single member here is kind of behind, even to Dominus. Needed to kind of be popped to clear the wave, as he wasn't sure if they are going to end up diving him, so getting the Fury stacks so he can heal on his Q, I think, are quite beneficial. But yeah, Smolder has upgraded to at least 125 stacks. Probably a bit more than that. That was the sound of a ghost. Yep. Steal back. He will find Thomas, and that was a bit unfortunate now as Spook. Oh, everybody just gets locked up here. There's going to be double time in the air as they are thrown by Thomas, but they can't really capitalize on it, which I think is quite unfortunate. I feel like that could have been maybe 1 or 2 kills, but as you've said, you know, they're far behind. They don't really have the damage, so even getting that 2-man knock-up isn't really going to be worth much, as Avarice also ends up flashing here on mid. So they got some cooldowns at the very least. I think Axelent is happy with that.
I mean, that cleanse is so necessary, as obviously Stefan does have the point-and-click route on his W, and it's so annoying. Stefan didn't even use his flash, and never is popping both the flash and the cleanse. But I mean, they're still chilling almost 3.5k ahead. And then Infinity Edge coming from Nafkela that would just double his damage at least. So he's going to be menacing, and the Navori Quick Blades as well finished for Avarice. So both of the marksmen on the side of Team Ted are very strong currently.
Yep. Niall again just being really aggressive, but Stefan is on the top side. The Crocodile will pop his ulti. Niall looking to kind of escape, as Stefan really isn't looking to invest, but now since the redemption has come through and even Spooky ended up joining the fight, Niall needed to flash, steal back, ended up coming right on time. The stun is good enough to make sure that the top laner of Ted lives.
Yeah, I mean, Niall just limit testing through the end, and it really paid off. Very beautiful. Stefan just got rage baited to flash in and steal back.
Yeah, I felt like the image of like the lion roaring and the monkey being.
Yeah, I mean, Niall still fighting there, going into the redemption and ulting on Stefan. Just beautifully played. Still back also using his, but definitely a worth trade for Team Ted.
Yeah, rage baiting meme, as you've just mentioned. But still, really good stuff. We do see another bounty here. That ended up kind of popping up, 150 gold on the Tristana, who does have the Infinity now as well. So she's going to be hurting quite a bit.
Yeah, now Rift Maker comes out on Spooky, and Shojin on Niall. So much spikes. Now everybody has 2 full items, and on the other side they are much weaker, as only the haste and Axelent really on 2 items. I mean, that is a nice spike for Smolder, but Everest is still, I feel like, quite stronger.
Yep. Here comes the ulti of Maokai, though. It's going to end up rooting 2 people. The redemption is good enough as Thomas is looking for the engage now. Shutdown has been claimed. Steelback kind of ended up running for the hills as Avarice still free firing. The ulti now will come through. That's a lot of damage that he ends up doing, but nobody is dying. Niall, he needs to back away. This 5v5 ended up being so good here for Team Axelent. I feel like there really isn't going to be any more resistance. Never mind Niall. He was looking to escape, and the flashes, they just were not enough. It does end up going, of course, in the favor of Team Axelent. Niall now kind of running away, but Thomas doesn't really have his ulti anymore, so he might actually end up being picked off, as Niall is just really mobile. Avarice now kind of ends up rejoining the fight. The Q from Braum will not connect, but the smite for the move speed, I think, is going to be enough, and that was a bit of an int.
And he gets the double kill. I mean, it was looking so nice for Team Axelent, and Axelent himself getting the kill on Nafkela, dishing out so much. But then they were so low, and Niall, obviously being the Ambessa, managing to be so mobile, to come in there and finish those kills was crucial. I mean, look at him, just jumping on 2 low targets, completely wiping them off instantly, and then Septico was left alone to die against the bot lane of Team Ted.
Just flashing over the wall, he's so strong.
Yeah.
And even with this part is the part that just makes no sense. Like,
and
it's a Maokai, why?
Even Eing I mean, even if he eat out, I think still he would be in the range of the turret, but yeah, just overly aggressive for no reason. But still, Team Ted are in the lead of 4 now, 0.5 thousand gold, and they're starting the Arakan very, very confidently.
Yeah, they know they're strong
Yeah,
enough.
but look at this, actually Excellent. He's matching the gold of Everest with those bounties he picked up. And the biggest lead really being on top lane. Here comes Stefan's ult, is going to be blocked by the Braum shield. Arakan's falling very low, but Spooky does get it. And now here comes the all-out fist fight. Thomas is the first target alive, and Excellent gets taken down. Next, the little ulti comes in as well for Everest to stay alive, and he does. Nafkela and Steelback dying in the meantime, but that's almost everybody. On the Stefan on the side of Team Excellent sleeping away with low HP, and Septico
Yeah.
does get DC'd, so we'll go on a short break till he comes back. But
Yep.
yeah, I mean, what can I say? I mean, pretty predictable for now that the early team comp smashes the scaling team comp in the early to mid game. But how long can Excellent survive? How long can they scale out?
Yeah,
Is
I
the
mean,
real question.
I think they're like the biggest saving grace of this entire thing is that they ended up getting 3 Drakes. I think that is actually going to be really huge. It's also the Hextech Soul, I believe. So getting that on Smolder as he stacks away and getting him to, of course, 3-4-ish items, I think is going to be beneficial for them in the long run. But also, Talia isn't really providing a lot of damage. Renekton, he just gets outscaled by basically every single member on the side of Team Ted. So yeah, things are looking dire. It feels like Team Excellent really needs to step on the brake pedal of Team Ted, otherwise they're going to just get run over. And now with the Otacon, the EXP lead, and of course the Adaptive Force lead is just going to skyrocket again. So I don't really know. What could he possibly do? I feel like the Soul is probably the biggest helper in this scenario, but also if they do end up grabbing the Soul, there's going to be an Elder. And I feel like, if anything, losing the Elder just means out to lose the game.
Yeah, I agree completely, and the problem is how big of a weight Excellent himself needs to carry, because yeah, I mean, he is the sole damage dealer of his team. I mean, Talia isn't really a champion that can dish out that much of a consistent damage. Obviously, if she does hit abilities, it's going to be a lot, but
Yeah.
most of her items are utility for now. I mean, the defensive Seraphs, the Rallies for the slow, so only Excellent really having a lot of damage in his kit on his team, and yeah, we'll see. I mean, obviously Stefan does have the 2 AP items, but he doesn't have that much damage in his kit. It's only the poke really and the CC. But yeah, I mean, Excellent maybe put himself in a weird position here with Nile being able to chop on top of him in the Everest.
I think he overly greeded just to kill the support.
Yeah, he does need to stay with the tanks of his team, I feel like, and so he can just consistently throw out abilities. But now Nile got so fed, is worth 1000 gold, and did finish his 3rd item, and so did Everest. But yeah, Excellent also does have a lot of gold, so he did finish the rapid fire.
Yep.
But still, I mean, collectively they are almost 6000 gold behind.
Yeah, things are a bit rough.
Yeah, the public execution doesn't connect there, so that is a big cooldown, but obviously...
Baron up in 40, and the Drake up in 1 into 20-ish. Avarice now will probably be picked off, as he himself is now just too far away from the rest of his team.
Yeah,
The death timer of 40 seconds actually is really big. They can definitely leverage this to grab some towers, maybe even prepare for the Baron, as they do only have 1 ward basically in the upper side of the river, 1 in the bottom, but with the Baron spawning in around 10 seconds and the average just being up in around 20-ish, I think it's going to be a really interesting thing.
the ball does connect on Excellent, but they will not pull the trigger as not all of the members are present. Nile on an off angle, but the public execution not yet being available. And Spooky now does have the Seeker, so he can go for a crazy flash in with the ulti and the Seekers.
Absolutely. Nufkilla did end up TPing here, so they of course want to shove the mid wave in as well. Now comes the TP of Axelent, who's looking to rejoin the fight as he ended up buying Swifties. Also getting another cloak, so he can have a bit more crit. But yeah, the first team in the river is gonna be Ted. Okay, that was quite aggressive there. Thomas, he does end up kind of living, but rooted now. Nile needs to flash away. The redemption now will come through. Will Thomas make it out of this? It's going to be a two-man sleep, and the re-engage will be swift. Aver is just firing away with his ulti, dealing so much damage. Nile now right on top of Axelent. They cannot kill anybody.
Yeah, I mean, yet again, Axelent does dish out a lot of damage, but can't find to really finish anybody off. I mean, he is the only damage dealer of his team. The haste was in such a weird position. He couldn't do much in that fight, and obviously they did yet again split up. I feel like they really need to stick together.
Yep.
So just Axelent can dish out that consistent AoE damage, because him being by himself, he can get picked off by pretty much everybody on the side of Team Ted, and he's such an easy target. And now they will cash in the Baron as well. And Stefan being a bit aggressive here does pop the phase rush and the flash, so he will get out, but
Yep. Still though, losing flash on Maokai I feel like is also quite big. Especially because he's probably going to be your second best engage after his ulti finds somebody, he just flash W's and keeps somebody back. So
yeah, I agree.
Big cooldown that Team Ted ended up kind of gaining. And now with astronomical gold lead of around 7,000, almost at 7,000 euros. 7,000 gold.
I mean, we are playing on the EU, so...
Yeah. 7,000 Swedish krona. I don't know if anybody even is from Sweden in these rosters, I don't think so. So, but unlucky.
Yeah, well, Nile is from Finland, so, you know, close enough.
No, yeah, I'm close enough. Shout out to all our Nordic fellas. But yeah, Red Turret here has been destroyed, the tier 2 in mid, as Septico is kind of split pushing now in the top lane, so he's going to be looking to grab the tier 2 of Team Ted. But now with the Baron and everything, here comes Thomas. It's going to be the engage once again onto Nile. Spooky lives to see another day. That's a lot of damage from Smolder, but the turret will fall back. Never mind, they're still going at it. I was about to say, I think that the Tristana was about to fall back, and my words kind of ended up being jumbled a bit there, but he ended up going in, just jumping into, what, 3 members?
Yeah, I'm very confident they don't grab the tier 3, but the cannon is doing a lot of work, but actually Septico on the other side of the map, taking down the tier 3, does TP on the flank, so they will try to find the re-engage, but Axelent left alone against Nile, such a mobile bruiser that deals so much damage, and I don't know if Septico can even do a lot of work here if Nile comes to help out his team. Spooky does have his ultimate, yeah, he needs to back off, so the TP wasted, Axelent dying, and then them getting the inhibitor will now just accelerate the game for them even more. Obviously they've expanded the gold lead to now 8,000 gold. And yeah, I think this is just too big of a difference for the scaling comp to come back. I really don't see how they do anything in these fights. I feel like Ted needs to do such a crucial mistake, and the haste has been just popped. And Spooky now trying to do some work on Thomas and Septico as they need to fall back. Thomas chunked to half HP.
Oh my god, the damage!
Kill, yeah, throwing even one more basic there. Thomas dropping to a sliver of HP, but obviously they now will just siege this top side, getting their second inhibitor. They don't have the way for the mid lane, but now having 2 inhibitors Team Axelent are on their back foot.
Yeah, the wave has arrived, but I don't think they're willing to kind of commit. The dragon is up in around a minute, so maybe just steal away the red buff after you do so. Of course, reset and look to grab the second Drake for your team. As we do see the Tristana already slowly but surely making her way down there.
Yeah, making her way downtown.
Walking fast. Faces pass, and she's homebound.
Yeah, but I mean, look at this. Nafkela almost getting his 4th item. Ever is having 4 items. No, Axelent has fallen a bit behind, obviously. Their CSing is going to be a bit better now, having 2 super minion waves coming in, but I feel like the end is creeping closer and closer. 10,000 gold lead for Team TED. Spooky finding Septico. He will just be running him down. The team is coming in to help. The ult is also used, but he will not be able to finish this, I feel like. His team can defend it, but never mind. Everest is also coming in to help with the help of Steelback. Axelent just got 1 shot, and here comes Nile dashing in the backline with the public execution, and they will just all have to flash under their turrets. And Nafkela wasn't even there. Now he is pathing to their base as well, and only 3 members left for Team Axelent to defend the siege. I don't know how it's possible now.
Yeah, the minions coming both from the top side and of course through mid. I think just 1 bomb from Nafkela is going to be enough. A beautiful 4-man knockup by Thomas, but who can commit to that? I mean, it is a nice try, but I just feel like that was a tad bit too late perhaps. Spooky looking to grab another, is looking to just run away now, not really give them another kill. The exhaust basically just for BM, as it seems like the last 2 kills on an FKL and Steelback are just going to be the consolation prize.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a tradition for this tournament that these hard-scaling team comps just bleed out so fast and they don't reach this end game that they want. And yeah, I mean, it's a common trend here. I really think, especially Team Axelent, the players that have shown they can play these hyper-aggressive comps, they can just dominate the games with them. I don't feel like they should go for a strategy like this. It hasn't really worked, and I don't feel like they are the team that can play it out.
Yeah, last year's finalists now facing elimination.
Yep.
If Team TED ends up taking the next match, it's going to be all over for Team Axelent. So I think you are going to want to watch the next game. But Game 4 will be starting soon. But before that, we're going on a small break.
I'm balling, they pay me attention. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My Rari outruns your Odyssey. I broke it off cause I'm not settling. I gotta get for the lip on a trip ketamine. Yeah, it's like that, I'm in the girls' mentions. Yeah, it's like that, you got the dimensions. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up, hydraulic suspension. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. 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 I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention. I'm balling, they pay me attention.
Back up, cause it's lit. Keep it cool, eyes go for the shit. Cause I'm ballin', look at all these chicks. Whip it up, all these rocks on my wrist. Bring it back. Bring it, keep it back. Look at all these, bring it.
Okay, starting a bit ahead of schedule, as the bans have already been through. Sion, Rise, and Jarvan for the red side are in this. Actually, Team Axelent, deciding to go red side and going Varus brand, which, okay, we're cooking already. And on the other side, it was Fiora, it was Caitlyn, and I cannot see, it's a Cassiopeia again. Okay, so it's interesting. They ended up kind of leaving Wukong open.
Yeah, I'm surprised he survived this long and not being banned out here, but obviously Sion, I mean, Rise and Jarvan are good bans, and yeah, Wukong on the blue side is going to be real, so brand jungle, I guess, something we haven't seen for a long time, but I don't know how that pick will pan out, as you have the Leona, you have the Wukong on the other side, such nice engages, and
yeah, and I mean, both of them are also going to be quite chunky, so I don't really think that Brand can just completely one-shot them. I feel like.
I mean, that is nice for Brand, as he likes to go with those burn and
melt them
injuries.
over time.
Yeah, and his passive being max HP.
Yeah, but also the thing I feel like that's a bit concerning is you got your carries. Well, I mean, Brand, I guess, technically can be considered a carry. But he's immobile, Varus is immobile, and on the other side it's going to be a Leona, and it's going to be a Wukong. So
Yeah.
I think those two are going to be jumping on top of them consistently, and I feel like if Brand does fire off his ulti on just those two members, I think that's still quite okay.
Yeah.
For Ted.
Okay, Ornn and Akali band coming out.
Yeah.
Yone band from the side of Team Ted.
Yeah, getting rid of AD mid laners now, since they do have the Brand in the jungle. As the forests are going to be burning. So I'm wondering now, what else is there really that's like an AD mid laner? Surely you don't really ban Yasuo. I don't really think that's going to happen personally. But what else is there? Maybe an Akshan? Do you even consider that?
I mean, I don't know, probably not. Maybe Yasuo, depending on the matchup. You do have the Rel, but I don't think that's enough. Jace also, being
that's a
banned
good
here.
ban.
So I don't know if you need to lock in AD mid just for the sake of having an AD mid. I mean, you can probably go a nice bruiser on the top side. You know, depending on the pick, I would love a set here from Team Axelent. As Wukong and Leona are such great
crazy
targets, yeah, to ult away.
Oh, and especially, yeah, Brand ults and then Set just ults him in the team and then
Yeah.
it just goes everywhere.
Yeah, but Hui is going to be locked in, so not an AD champ, and they probably will respond with a traditional mage. Is Ari open? Yeah, she is open.
She was banned last game, so...
Yeah, who else?
Yeah, Syndra we've seen, Ariana we've seen, a lot of these picks I believe we've seen, so Ari probably the only real premier champion
Yeah,
left.
you know what? You just pick Vel'Koz here. Okay.
Oh, that would be based, but
just
yeah.
the Ari, yeah. Just a staple.
Top lane with Ornn being banned, is there even anything else that's kind of tanky? I mean, you could go a Morde, just to kind of preemptively if it does end up being a weak-sided
Yeah, but they do have
tank.
the counter pick.
Yep.
I feel like Morden needs to have a nice matchup, otherwise he will fall behind. Yeah, I don't know really what you pick. I like Malphite will be so nice for the engage, but obviously they have Brand, they have Hui.
Yep.
Varus is so good on hit. Oh, Yorick, of course. How could we have forgotten?
Yeah, as the side lane menace of Yorick that ends up
And
being picked,
Jax.
and the final one, as it seems to be, the Jax kind of hovered. So once again, there's gonna be a bit of a fist fight going on in the top lane.
Yes,
well,
for sure.
a lamp and a shovel fight rather. But
Yep.
I do kind of like the way they ended up kind of rounding out their team comp. But once again, there really isn't that big of a front line for both teams. I mean, Wukong and Leona are probably going to be the tankiest members of that side, and this side is probably going to be the Jax and the Rel. Yorick probably just, well, most of the time I feel like he's just going to be on the side lane farming away and getting rid of those towers, so I don't know what it's going to be like, but I feel like Yorick might actually have a lot of funny interactions in the team fights, just dropping a cage, Wukong going in. It's like a free mini Jarvan ulti, even setting up Jhin ults nicely, so I feel like Yorick definitely does have a lot more uses than just solo split pushing for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, obviously, if he does find a cage on Brand or the Varus, they have no escape except the flash.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, I'm such a big fan of Team Ted's draft. It's so simple, it's so by the book, it's so traditional. I mean, they have everything, you know, the engage, the tankiness, the mixed damage, like, they're not lacking anything, even the Yorick for the side lane. So I feel like this is going to be a tough one for Team Axelent.
Yeah, I think Brand is, you could look at it as a way of cooking, I suppose.
Wait, actually, and since Team Ted won the last game, Team Axelent this time chose the red side as opposed to blue side the second game. So that's also quite interesting. They have now had a change of mind. Oh wow, excellent. Starting with the long sword as he is opting for the lethality build this game. There's obviously a lot of threats on the other side. He needs to be really far back. But I still think objectively on hit is a bit better just for the DPS. Stefan now getting a bit smacked. Kela goes for the Q, and the heal has already been used by Thomas, and Septico will not find the target, but Spooky's flash has been forced already, which is huge.
Yep, quite good, not gonna lie. Not really having the option to gank somebody by W and of course E flashing on top of somebody, so that's always gonna be beneficial. Then again though, I really don't know, because as you've said before, it feels like the whole Brand jungle meta, it's been quite some time since it was really oppressive and really good. So I'm kind of really wondering how in this specific matchup even it's gonna end up looking like.
Yep, nice poke by the haste. He has the comment. Navkela with the electrocute will need 3 stuff to hit to really proc that rune. Meanwhile, the haste is a bit more consistent. we have seen Gene destroying early game fights, and it seems like Thomas is already getting a bit chunked, but a nice Q by Axelent.
Yep.
Also does get the trade back on Steelback, and remember, they are a heal down, so that is one advantage Team Ted has, or their bot lane in this scenario.
I mean, Thomas is already just so low. They do end up hitting level 2 before. Septica now is just finding away at Nile. At these early levels, definitely, I mean, having the option to just W auto attack reset on somebody is going to be quite huge. Steelback even ended up missing.
Yeah, I mean, he went for a sidestep predict, but Axelent quite confident there. If that did connect, would force the cleanse out. And Septicon nice in those trades. Obviously, Jax is so nice against Yorick because, of course, your evasion does work against the ghouls, and you have the leap to get out of the cage.
Yep. We'll see what ends up happening. As I've said, this is definitely an interesting draft. D-Haste already chunked quite low. I'm also quite surprised, honestly, that I feel like it's the same thing with Syndra. It took so long to see Ahri, and I feel like Ahri is just a lot stronger than Hui. So we'll see. Maybe it was hidden on purpose, perhaps, just for Game 4. So we'll see what kind of ends up happening here.
Yeah, Nafkela is really nice in those trades now, rocking the electrocute on the haste. Obviously, the haste getting charmed once has chunked his HP quite a bit, and he is a pot down as well, so you'll have to look for a reset soon enough. But both junglers finishing their full clears, getting their respective scuttle crabs.
Yep.
And it seems like both will be resetting.
So far, so good. Both teams, of course, just farming away. 4 minutes in, no first blood. Both teams being quite passive, and Varus, I mean, starting the 3 pots is going to be quite big for him as far as lane sustain goes. But that's a lot of damage now onto D-Haste. The final basic isn't even going to be attempted to connect as the flash here was used, and that's going to be an immobile Hui.
Yeah.
And I feel like 5 minutes will be up soon. That is a nice route though, but Stefan does get spotted in the end. And yeah, as I was saying now, Wukong will have his flash up soon, so there is some possibility of maybe attempting a really strong dive or like a really good gank on D-Haste, who is now flashless.
Yep, but Steelback also was forced to use his flash, and now Thomas did get his heal back, so they do have now that option as well, and Ever is quite low. And I mean, Axelent still has 2 pots left, so his sustain is going to be so nice in these lanes, so I feel like they can definitely trade very aggressively, as Axelent can just heal up with those pots.
Yep, absolutely. 2 pots left. Thomas kind of attempting to freeze it up.
I was looking at the scoreboard, and Nile and Spooky proc their Sheen at exactly the same time,
Really?
so it looked very funny.
Synergy. But yeah, the pings are coming through now, as the dragon has spawned. Okay, it seems like we got the wrong one in the overlay. Seems to be a Cloud Drake. But yeah, game dead even, basically. Not a single member in any kind of lead. It feels like this is probably the most even game all around that we've had. And I also feel like it makes sense, because looking at Ted, you know, this is guaranteeing the finals. And for the side of Axelent, you know, the one final shot to kind of bring it back. But yeah, Thomas now will spot 2 members, as they will immediately back off. I don't really think that that's a fight that they want to take. Maiden will slowly sap away at Septico's HP. I feel like having Maiden in lane is going to help out Nile quite a bit.
Yep, for sure. Thomas grabbing that honey fruit will heal back up, but all the vision is nicely set up here by Team Ted, but a beautiful stun on Spooky, but they will not overcommit, just chunking him a bit.
Yep.
Nafkela is here first.
I mean, this feels like more so a preparation for getting the Drake, but there still is a red buff that can be taken, and Krugs, so I feel like Spooky's gonna get a lot of HP back anyway.
Yeah, and Stefan now did get the ulti, and so did Spooky. So we'll see if I breaks out for this Drake. Nice chunk by Septico, but yeah, you can really finish off the Maiden in the lane, and it contributes so much for the damage, for the sustain, and yeah. Basically have to 1v2 the Yorick.
Yep. The waves here on the bot side again being shoved. Jin was left alone, as we do see a lot of pings now towards the top side. Even Leona ended up kind of roaming around. Thomas now looking to kind of join in on the fun. Steelback will definitely be spotted now as he drops that ward as well. They're looking to shove this in, but it still ends up being Nile, you know, the first on those grubs. He has procced his Sheen, so I think he actually ended up starting them. And now it's Spooky slowly joining. Nafkela might actually be fishing, but no, it's going to be Thomas who ends up flashing right on top of Ari. She still has her ulti, and the re-engage comes through. Stefan gets blown up, but the Hui ulti does a lot of damage to two members. D-Haste, he falls as well. Look at those low HP targets. Excellent, it's prime time to get those kills and to finish up those two grubs.
Yeah, I think this fight was so goodly, I mean, so well started by Team Ted. They played it so nicely, but crucial mistake there, Stefan popping off the combo on Nafkela, and Nafkela with the brand explosion ticking on him, dashing into his team, and the brand will still bouncing between them, forcing more passive bombs to come. That was so much AoE damage, and then Yevziv said also the Hui ult on all of those targets, just so much AoE, and they did get a 3-for-2.
Yep. Also, okay, they didn't actually end up finishing grubs. That is quite interesting, because only two, of course, are remaining. Spooky. I'm gonna finish them off, but he doesn't actually have any smites left. Stefan now walking up to where he maybe shouldn't have. He still does end up taking one grub.
But a beautiful flash charm there, but yeah, obviously Team Ted will be the ones with two grubs. The first Drake is still chilling in the pit. In the meantime, Excellent did grab a plate, most likely the second one as well, so we'll get some gold in his pocket.
Yep. It's gonna be strong Varus. Already has the Dirk and the Rectrix. Stacking away at the tier as well. Jin has finished his boots, so he's going to be a fast boy. But yeah, Yomu's already finished for Axelent. I feel like that's going to help him out a lot. Both ADCs, of course, are on cleanse, as there is just so much CC on both sides. In cleansing the Varus ulti, of course, cleansing maybe a Fear, potentially the stun of Stefan, maybe there's Septico on top of you. It feels like the cleanse just has so much value in these fights.
Yeah, for sure. It was very necessary to take. No, Thomas, without a flash, actually, he has cleanse heal. Septico goes for a trade, but is stuck in the cage. He does get out of it, but now without the evasion of Septico can get some damage, but Septico pops the ulti just to trade him back, and it's very interesting. He did opt for the little tempo this game, so he is a DPS machine, so Nile needs to be very careful of those all-ins, but now that the cooldowns are down for Septico, Nile is just chilling. He does have the sustain with his Q. The shovel smack. Yeah, and obviously the ghouls are just so annoying.
Yeah, I mean +2 for Septico. So. I don't know if can he one-shot them with W? I'm not sure.
Probably, I would assume so. And the Sheen as well, yeah.
But yeah, the Trinity has been finished as he TPs back into lane, looking to catch the wave. On the other side, Nile doesn't really have his TP, so... Now the question is, do you let this one go? Do you maybe commit with Yorick to get a 5v4 on the Drake? Get yourselves ahead in objectives again? But no, it seems like it's going to be a bit of a match fiesta as far as the top lane goes.
Yeah, and Spooky is starting this dragon. His teammates are just waiting a bit, forcing the flash of the haze, beautifully played by Steelback, but now he doesn't have the ulti, which Thomas does have. And 4 members of Team Axelent are here in the river. Nice flash in from Steelback, but he's taking so much damage. Thomas is the first one to fall, and now Team Axelent are in the numbers disadvantage. Spooky does fall. Novkela still has 2 stacks of his ult to come in. Beautiful charm there. W from Everest connects, and he does grab the kill, but a nice retaliation play from Team Axelent, and it is a 2v2, 2 for 2 in the end. And the Drake for Team Axelent.
Yeah, my god, that was a fight all over the place.
Yeah, and Axelent is pretty low here. I'm surprised Everest didn't try for an ulti angle maybe on him, but yeah, Steelback just flash Q. Excellent, beautiful cleanse there, dodging the W of Everest as well. And obviously a nice route on Spooky, just easily taking him down.
That was very nice. I don't really think he expected to just be blown up this much by the Varus WQ, probably. So he almost ended up kind of living, but still, that's going to be a Malignance, which of course is one of the biggest spikes, especially for Ari. Being able to apply the burn, also getting a lot of CDR for her ulti. He's going to be quite happy with this. And now there's actually a bounty on D-Haste, as he is 2-1-3. Another bounty on Axelent.
Yeah, and on Septico as well, who did grab a kill there, and is 30 CS up on Nile, but everybody having a full item, even the supports now, Thomas with the Mikhails and Steelback with the Redemption.
Yep.
So that Mikhails will also be a nice tool there. If Novkela does find a sneaky flash charm, it will be huge, or the Steelback.
Yep.
Solar Flare.
Overall, 5-5. The gold lead, as we've said, is around 1,000, so those bounties do make sense. But also, I feel like the bounties on D-Haste and Axelent are quite claimable. Both of them don't really have their flashes. So I feel like maybe one good engage could blow this wide open. Oh, that's a beautiful W there from Spooky. The ulti actually ended up bouncing right on top of him now. Novkela kind of free firing as Axelent will be blown up. Here comes the Redemption, but not on time. It's for the other side, and precisely what I talked about. It's the shutdown that immediately ends up being claimed. They just can't move, and if there's a Wukong and there's an Ahri dashing on top of you.
Yeah, but I mean, just a bad start from Team Axelent, just even forcing something there as Spooky just W'd out. Obviously, Brand is a nice pick against the Wukong, being able to ulti the clone, and it will still bounce back to the real one, but I mean, still, Stefan just gets picked off by Novkela. Now Team Axelent is not looking that good. I don't know what that fight was for. They were not ready to take that fight, and now they have lost the gold lead and by 1,000.
Yeah, it does seem like Septico wants another 1v1, even though it's going to turn into a 2v1 as Thomas here has arrived. He does have the flash, so this could definitely be a nice pickup. Nile kind of needs to wait it out, but it seems like he's not really willing to throw his flash in the water. But yeah, as you've said, gold lead now 500 for the side of Team Ted. They also picked up the Herald, so there's the possibility of maybe smacking it now. Picking up Axelent on the way. But the Yomus will be used, so he does get away scot-free.
Yeah, and it seems like this will be the first turret for Team Ted. And second after the turret on bot lane has fallen, so also such an unlucky timing, and we have the first pause of this game.
Woohoo! Can't have a game here without a pause. That's the rule. At this point, it feels like it's in the rulebook.
Yeah.
Like a game needs to be paused, mandatory.
Yeah, I mean, they are allowed to a pause, so obviously it wasn't just because they probably have some issues to be resolved. Yeah, we'll see. I feel like the coin has fallen on the team that side for now, as like they are the ones in control of this game. But I mean, we'll see. Obviously, Team Excellent are quite nice in the late game with the Jax, with the Vitality Varus. Obviously, the mages on jungle and mid lane just scale nicely. So, but then again, a lot of damage, not a lot of front line. Even Thomas is quite squishy, as the Mikhail's was his first item. Steelback does have a bit more HP and the W.
Oh, nice sidestep there by Spooky. As the Rel is not able to lock him down, but also Edge of Night finished now for Axelent. So that's gonna be the engage now onto Spooky. He can't run away. That was wonderful from the side of Axelent, and your jungler ended up dying 5 seconds before the dragon. So I feel like
Very, very nice pick there. Spooky didn't have the time to use the clone, as most of the abilities have already hit the real Spooky. And the fake Spooky didn't do much. So yeah, that should be for Drake. Yeah, and I'll even TPing top lane just to catch the wave and stop Septico from getting that tier 2.
Which also, like, it's so good now for Team Axeland. It's the second Drake, it's the tier 1 top. It's looking quite good now. Axeland still has his ulti, so if he wishes to kind of fire away, he definitely has the option to do so.
Yeah, especially because he is the lethality option of the Varus, and Michaela's fort is slow, just to not risk anything. And some poke damage on Steelback. Nafikala goes in, does charm Thomas, but even the root connects, but he is in no danger.
Yeah. As it does seem like Spooky is going to be playing with fire. Once again, just walking up to the jungle. Maybe even looking to kind of find Brand, but Septico still could be quite quick on the arrival. The W here will not connect, but Jin has 2 shots left, but those aren't really going to be needed.
Yeah, Stefan is suffering a lot this game, over half of the kills. Septico on Spooky. Spooky was just 1 second off the flash, so beautiful play there by Septico, finding him.
I do want to say I respect Spooky for faking cloning, like fake cloning. I think that's a banger.
Yeah, but Septico was having none of it.
Yeah, he's like, I'm punching anything I see.
Yeah. Oh, my little is almost stacked up. Let me just take up the little tempo. Oh wait, I got the kill.
Oh yeah. But as you've said, like what Flash was on probably a second, so going for the fake clone and then potentially flashing over, I think would have been so baller.
Yeah, definitely will. The Haze going for the all-in. The Q was blocked by the minions, so that is the damage. He needs flashes in. Isle forcing his flash. And the Haze finding that Q, and he does. And a very nice pick here. And already 4-1-3 and 3 on Septico. The solo laners are doing so great for Team Excellent.
Absolutely. I feel like the Yorick pick hasn't really found its footing. The counter pick top lane, I believe, made it almost impossible to do so, and now being still 30 CS behind, and of course the enemy laner having 3 additional kills. It's so rough. Jax with 2 items this early on.
Yeah, and he now got the tier 2 as well. That is
he's so rich.
Yep. He definitely has the TP for the other account. Thomas taking some poke, but I feel like Stefan, being the member with the most deaths and the one that has suffered the most, is the best for Team Excellent, because he does have daily injuries. He will be useful if he just spams the abilities. Like him being fed and not, it's only a difference of maybe 500 damage in those fights, because if they all do stack up, it doesn't matter if Brand is 0-10, he will just dish out so much damage. If the ulti bounces, if the passive is dealing a lot of AoE.
Yep. Jax still in the bot side river, just kind of waiting. I feel like Yorick is now just a glorified minion.
Yeah, I mean, obviously if he is left alone, he will do a lot of damage, but then again, now that Septico is ahead on him, I feel like he can just jump on his face and Niall doesn't have a way of stopping him. he needs to retaliate back, as the cage doesn't work against Jax when he can just jump on your face. The ghouls can't out DPS him because he can dodge their basic attacks, and while he is evading, he will just smack you to your death. And he still hasn't cashed in the gold from getting that tier 2.
Yep, he's only now just recalling. A lot of pings on the map now, especially because the Otacon is on the top side, so...
Oh, he bought the Seekers. That is going to be so annoying
Yeah.
for Team Ted.
Steelback is just so tanky with that W. Feels like Stefan just ended up kind of tickling him.
Now Team Ted were the ones that set up this pit of Atacon, and starting him, it already has been chunked by the third of HP. The haste is on the bottom side. They don't have any vision here. Now Septico sees what's going on, but I feel like they're all so late. The Steelback's ultimate comes in, the CC lock is here, Jungler is not present, so Spooky does get a Atacon, but in the meantime Nile is the first person to die. Steelback is the next one, and they need to chase this out. They do need to find those kills, because they can't keep getting away with it. I mean, just getting that Otacon.
Yeah, for free, basically. Well, not for free. Sure,
Yeah.
2 of your teammates died, but I feel like that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it most definitely is. Thomas and the haste on Spooky, but that's only the haste, not enough damage coming in.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, Nile, he's 0-4-2. He isn't really worth any
Yeah.
gold at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I agree completely.
I feel like he ended up being...
Thomas, okay, he's alive.
Okay.
Spooky also, kinda. Everest goes for the flash in, but doesn't cash in the kill. I mean, that's... The TP, well, it might save the situation, but Everest is dropping quite low. Here comes Steelback, they're still stuck here. The TP from Septico is also coming in of Kela. Will he finish the job on the haste with the help of Steelback? He will. In the meantime, Septico did find a kill on Everest, but the haste was the next person to die. And now, Nafkela, with 2 kills, Septico finds a double kill on Spooky, finds a triple on Steelback. He's just some menace, and now the Seeker is going to buy so much time. Charmed on a Q, and they do finish Nafkela. Nafkela did find Septico, but now Nile stuck. He did have the flash. I feel like if he flashed earlier, he would have survived. But all in all, great for Team Axelent.
Yeah, I mean, Axelent was just untouched. He was just firing away behind the wall and even setting up that nice play with Septico, baiting them towards the tier 2. And oh, here comes the ulti of Varus.
Yeah.
What is he doing there? But yeah, we're going to see the replay, because this was such a fist fight on all fronts. It looked so good again from Team Ted. It felt like, okay, we're going to claim all these bounties. We're going to win this fight and then maybe try capitalizing on objectives, stuff like that. But Septico is just so far ahead.
Yeah, and the Sundered Sky is doing such nasty work here, and yeah, I mean, excellent just free-firing here. Obviously, Ari doesn't have the luxury of hitting them both at once, and Nile being the last person kinda getting picked out. So now the Team Axelent have built up a solid lead of 5,000 gold.
Yep. Excellent. The man, the myth, the legend whose the team is named by him, I suppose. He is up now. 317. All those plates he ended up claiming. He has 3 items. On the other side, the Jin still looking to finish the Infinity. So Varus, I feel like, is really, really strong now. Here comes the TP as well. Nile, with that ulti of Hui, he has dropped down to around half HP. Steelback is just moving forward. He's trying to maybe find something, because it seems like they are on the Baron. Division just wasn't there. Thomas just jumps over the wall as Ari ended up kind of popping her ulti. Spooky now ended up following along. Axelent, will he be able to run away here? Every single member of Team Ted is just walking forward, but now they're boxed in. What's gonna happen? Stefan, with that ulti, he could just do a lot. The damage is good, the knockups are good. Spooky is still living, but not for much longer. Septico already on the back line, and the team fight with the overcommitting just ended up crumbling apart, and that's gonna be a Baron.
Yeah, I mean, that is so tough, because obviously a great angle on Varus there by Spooky. He is the squishiest member of his team, and even the Everest with his ulti, with the curtain call helping him out, and for Axelent to leave there, yeah, I mean, there is one hard pill to swallow, and I don't know what Team Ted does now. If that didn't work out, I don't know what will. Because obviously, as you've said perfectly, yeah, boxed in, and the Septico just coming from the flank, and he is the most fed person on his team, and he's just untouched. There is no response.
Yeah, I mean, just look at their HPs here. Nafkela ended up basically wasting his final ult charge to rejoin the team. Nile, all the way on another island by himself, and as they were boxed in, they couldn't really do anything, and it feels like the members on the edges ended up kind of drifting away. But still, with no ulti and Jin using his, and of course, Axelent ended up flashing, but you still need to go through the Edge of Night, his ulti, the support. It feels like if he's peeled, there's just almost no way he dies. And with a gold lead this big, I think we might actually be heading towards Game 5.
Yeah, I am 90% sure, because I don't know what Team Ted does here, as the engage is nice on their side, but the damage is lacking. Obviously, Jin can't really dish out that much of a consistent damage. He can only join in with his ulti, and here comes the engage from Spooky, but it's on Thomas, and the haze does fall, but in the meantime Spooky and Nafkela just get obliterated, and here comes Septico to finish the deal, and he's just running them down. What can you do? He's diving Everest, and in the meantime his support did die, so Everest is the last person standing against 3 members of Team X.
Yeah, Jin does have his ulti, but I don't really think it's even going to be clear enough to get rid of the wave, and Axelent just played this perfectly. He stopped his recall with a Q. There really isn't any way for him to kind of join in on this. The towers, they're going to be falling, and Axelent forces us into a Game 5.
Yeah, and Team Axelent actually breaking the red side curse of the first win today on the red side. I mean, wow, what a series. I mean, the last year's finalists just refused to give up. They were always on the back foot of this series. They were the ones that lost the first game, then they won, then were behind, and now they equalized the score. It's 2 against 2, and this is a best of 5, so only one more game remains.
Yeah, but what do you do if you're Ted now? Because you're like, okay, blue side, even if we lose, we go blue, it's all gonna be good. But now the red side from Team Axelent looking a bit threatening.
Yeah, so we will go on a short break, and then we'll watch the final game of this series.
I got the style and pattern. Yeah, I got the style and pattern. Hey, I got the style and pattern. Yeah, I got the style and pattern.
Big bad bass for your head top. Bass for your head top. Big bad bass for your head top.
Big
Head top. Bass for your head top. Big bad bass for your head top. Big bad bass for your head top.
And we are back, everybody, in the final game of the first phase of the semifinals between Team Excellent and Team 10 Euro Deal. And
Game 5,
2-2. Game number 5 in Fearless Drafts. What is this? 40 champions
40
have
champions.
been banned by Fearless, and now 10 more will be banned. What do you do?
I don't know, man. I think we're gonna see some crazy shenanigans going on in the draft.
Yeah, that is for sure.
But I mean, nothing really out of the ordinary so far as the bans go. I mean, Cassiopeia, Rise for both teams, which is something that we kind of have seen before.
Yeah, probably a Jarvan will come out as he's still open.
I mean, Team 10 Euro Deal did
Well,
stay on the
Sion.
blue side, so they are confident.
Yeah, so back-to-back sides.
Yep.
Team Excellent show that the red side is winnable.
Yeah.
Maybe less frequently, but it is winnable. So we'll see how this pans out. I feel like Excellent have cooked out something.
Okay, yeah, Kog'Maw.
Caitlyn is also open,
Boo.
which I think is going to be picked out by one of these teams. Who else? We have Zaya,
Yeah, Zaya's open, Caitlyn's open.
which is very nice.
Can we just get a Twitch Lulu?
Okay.
Game 5.
Caitlyn is banned.
We're not gonna be balling. We'll see though what the final ban ends up kind of
Else is
being.
open.
Yeah, Jarvan, as you've said, that's not really gonna get through to the blue side.
Yeah, I mean...
What do you first pick?
Yeah.
At this point, what do you first
Sion has
pick?
been left open, actually.
Wow, yeah. Didn't
Yeah,
even notice because they ended up banning Kog'Maw.
yeah, that is a very, very nice first pick. Now, we'll see what the respawn will be. Aatrox is banned out. Do you go for a Darius? How would Giga Chat would that be?
I mean, I think that would go hard. That would go bananas. But yeah, I'm wondering what else even is there like.
Oh, okay, of course. Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. It's the premier counter of any tank in existence. It's gonna be the Gwen. It's gonna be the Scissor Lady. But Stefan now.
Yeah, and actually 9 AD carries have been banned in Fearless because the Tristana mid was played.
Yeah, true,
So
actually.
not a lot of ADCs. Like I said, Zaya, I mean, someone needs to pick Zaya.
Yeah, but no Rel. No Leona.
Oh, Sivir
Sivir.
as well. Oh,
Big.
yeah.
Big.
Yeah, that is huge, and you could even go for an Enchanter with Sivir. That is an option.
Yep. But also, I'm wondering what do you kind of pick now? Because like, what else even exists? Like, do you maybe go match the hyper carry 1v9 glide away with Twitch? Do you?
No, Twitch is terrible, I feel like, in competitive because he's so weak in the lane. Nocturne has been picked here. For the jungler of Team Ted, and do they respawn with an ADC? I feel like they have to. I mean, yeah, but I'm not sure what.
I mean, as you've
I
said,
don't know,
Zaya
it's-
still exists, but still, that can just be. Like, the
Yeah,
feathers are
I
so
don't
bad
think-
into both Gwen
Yeah.
and Sivir.
Yeah, they are,
So-
and Victor has been picked for as the mid laner. Very nice, solid mage.
Yep.
That was still available. And now, who do you pick?
As you've said, there could be an
is
Enchanter.
the question.
Could be another mid laner. I mean, we've seen a Veigar.
Yeah, but also I
played.
feel like if they do pick an Enchanter, you go Blitzcrank Draven. And just
Oh, yeah.
mow them down.
That is true.
Okay. Tariq, I mean, that is
Alrighty.
such a nice response to the Nocturne because
Yeah.
if he does go for your back line, you pop that ulti, and I mean, Tariq is such an underrated champion. I don't know why he's not picked more often because if you have a solid engage, pop the ulti, you're invulnerable for like 3 seconds or something
Yeah.
huge. Your whole team can be invulnerable. So even if you go in and I don't know, bring everybody to half HP, that's already
Okay, let me cook.
insane.
I got a little cooking thing here.
Oh, Trash has been banned.
You now go Zillion mid, so nobody dies. And then there's the option, not really what you see often, Kale jungle. And now you have the Kale ulti, the Taric ulti, and the Zillion ulti to keep your carries alive.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I mean, you go Gwen jungle then, right? Kill top.
Yeah,
Lolo has been banned
be.
for the side of Team Excellent. Akali is the ban for Team Ted, and like, what do you even ban here? Are any solid even junglers? Open maybe a Lee Sin isn't quite nice. Like, I'm really not sure.
Yeah, Lee
And I
Sin,
think-
Viego, I guess, if you just
Yeah,
want to blow
maybe
somebody
Viego.
up. But also, like, I mean, with
Oh,
Tarek
Kindred
kind
has
of
been banned.
enabling the
There,
entire
you
team.
forgot about that, the Kindred.
I did. I actually
you-
forgot about
yeah.
Kindred. I genuinely forgot the champion existed.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
like same, and yeah, she would work so nicely here. Obviously, one more counter engage and just spacing out the Nocturne. He would have such a hard time in those 1v1s. But who do you now leave the counter pick to? Is going to be the middle. Yeah, obviously,
Okay.
jungle has been picked. Trundle is going to be the jungler. And what do you pick bot lane now? I feel like Blitzcrank is no longer an option. I think you need to go for a enchanter here, but like which one?
Senna Kench? Is that gonna be the angle? But that's just so low on damage. I feel like.
And I mean, we'll see. Will Senna be the ADC or the support? She could be the support as well.
Yeah.
I feel like would be nice. I do kinda enjoy her. Obviously, the Trundle is going to be menacing, but just that you have to be careful of because Taric can't ever get on top of you. The Gwen is going to have a hard time.
I like the Karma a lot.
Yeah, but I don't like the combination. I don't know.
Yeah.
Senna Karma.
I was gonna say, I feel like if you picked any other ADC.
They go Karma top lane and Sion with Senna bot lane.
Oh, okay, that's a bit of a cook.
Yeah, I
actually.
mean probably not, but imagine that.
Oh, Swain.
Sweet, no way.
Okay, I am a big enjoyer of this draft.
There is so much sustain in fights. I feel like the Trundle healing himself,
Yeah.
the Taric ult, and the Swain, the Gwen obviously being very tanky, healing herself up.
This is just, my God, what team comps here have ended up blessing our eyes. It's unbelievable. But yeah, I will say Team Ted. I feel like the top side is good, but I feel like the bot lane just ended up being a bit overdone.
Yeah.
Senna as
I mean-
an AD carry into all of these champions, I feel like doesn't really work that well because Trundle with the slow, Swain looking to, of course, just pop ulti and Rylai, slow everybody down. Whoever's going to be going in first, Tarek is going to have a stun. I feel like it's just going to be so hard for Senna to play these fights unless she's already like all the way in the back.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it is nice with that move speed from the shield just to get away from the
Yeah.
Trundle. He's running it down because basically that is the only champ I think that can reach Senna. In this combat, like the damage is just not here. I mean, when does Senna start dealing damage? In like 30 minutes maybe? Maybe not even then. And Trundle Swain, Gwen, who will be under the Sivir ulti, who will get the Taric ulti while
Yeah.
being on top of you. I don't know how you stop that, honestly. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what is the response. Like, okay, Karma, Senna have range, have move speed. They will maybe run away, but what about your front line? What about the Victor? The
Yeah, I mean,
Nocturne?
if Nocturne decides to go in, he's basically cooked. So he can't really engage. I feel like the ult is going to be used for disengaging.
Yeah.
Which, like, is that really what you want your Nocturne to be doing?
Yeah, even the ghost from Everest and I feel like Team Excellent have cooked up such a nice draft. Even the exhaust there from Thomas. And yeah, I mean, in the early game, it's basically Spooky who will have to do all of the work, and the
Yep.
exhaust does fall on him. I don't know how he will.
I mean, not to mention, of course, like, you still have the Trundle and Gwen just being a natural counter to any tanks. Like, the amount of free resistances that Trundle just saps away from Sion is so disgusting. And then, as you've said, just having the Sivir ulti being able to run
Yeah.
in one direction and not look behind you, I feel like it's just going to be so strong.
Yeah, I mean, even the Ghost and Septico with the Severe ulti. But like I said, they're all pretty tanky. None of them are getting one shot against this comp.
Yep.
And then when they get on top of the Team Ted, and the Taric ult comes falling down like I don't know. I have a hard time visualizing what Team Ted do in this position, but obviously, if they do go equal, if the Senna does get a lot of stacks, could maybe be a way of Team Ted securing the victory, but
Yeah. There's
the bot
already a bit of a
lane.
fist fight in the bot lane, and Karma ended up kind of receiving the harder end of the stick, if you will. Already down to around half HP as we're kind of looking away at the cinematic.
Stefan? Thomas flashes in with the stun. Beautiful. Ever is forced to flash Ghost out, and Stefan comes in. They didn't finish Steelback, but first blood on Everest, who has 0 CS.
Okay, it's a bit of a disaster in the bot lane. Septico still, though, being pushed in by Nile with that Q of his early on.
Oh my god, what are they doing? Bot side, are they cheesing Everest?
I think they are.
I mean, Thomas has the Hex Splash. He will Hex Splash on her. He does stun, and Excellent is level 2, and he has so much damage, and Everest will die. But here comes Spooky. I feel like Excellent will get punished for this play, but Thomas is also delivering so much. He does get Fear, the W from Swin comes in, but no, he gets the kill. Steelback does find the response back.
Thomas has no mana!
Yeah.
What is this,
But
man?
look at this, I don't know who will catch up, because the Haste has Prio. He's coming in, will Steelback just get baited in. Is Septico getting a solo ball on top lane? And they killed Steelback. Nile did survive.
Nafkala now walking into the haste.
Yeah,
Just
and
gonna
look at
walk
this.
back.
Everest is still on 0 CS.
Oh my god, the replay. That hurt. That sucks.
Yeah, it really does. And they were still so strong, obviously. Excellent building up that little tempo. Did do a lot of DPS.
I just want to say, hell yeah for Excellent. Because recognizing that as a play, committing to the cheese when you're already ahead. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was a work of art.
Yeah.
Especially in Game 5, the deciding game. Do you go to finals? Do you get eliminated from the tournament?
It's not enthusiasts. Well, the wave is pushing in, but I just find that quite funny. A little bit amusing. Still though, 2-1-2 on Sivir, so he is having the time of his life, and now with Call in his little backpack. He's going to be quite happy with the way that things are going to be going in this lane, as not only will he outscale, he's going to also be quite stronger by quite a bit in the mid game.
Yeah, I agree, and but also, I mean, the flash is necessary, and here comes the Hex Flash, actually, and Everest has no way of surviving this.
This is cyberbullying.
Yeah, it really is.
This feels like targeted.
But how smart was that from Thomas to go for the Hex Flash and to go for the Glacial Augment as well.
Yep.
And the Exhaust, just in case you need that as well to run them down, and yeah, now Everest is 0 and 3.
That's the power of crystals.
Yep. Those are minerals, not crystals.
Murray. Yeah, I mean, call me Hank, because I'm an enjoyer. This is wonderful.
Yeah. And like 5 kills on the board and then having 100% KP. It's, I mean, it's hilarious.
Yep.
And yeah, now Everest is in such a rough position. And they are continuing to cheese. I think they faked recall. And will Hex Flash on Everest again. Yeah, they are. He gets exhausted, and here comes Stefan to finish that kill off.
They can't keep getting away with this.
Oh, but he's pretty slippery. But here comes the W from the Haze. That was so necessary because Everest was close to getting the Ghost back.
He even ends up just with that W picking up an assist. So like 4 people ended up getting gold.
He already got 3 assists, yeah, with those.
He's 0-4 now. Realistically, he's worth like 30 gold. And I feel like they still are gonna keep doing this.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, they did try to gang Septico, but he did slip out, not even using the Ghost or the ulti. Oh, they are doing just beautifully, and of course they will just kill the Drakes off cooldown.
Yep. Right off the bat, off the spawn, that
oh,
is
but the swap comes
dragon.
in.
Oh yeah.
So
He's running away. He's like,
help
no, I'm never
Everest,
going
yeah.
bot lane.
help him out a bit, but also a swap from the Team Excellent side. So Everest will be in a bit of trouble.
No, I'm
yet
telling you,
again.
this has to be personal. This feels like
Yeah.
cyberbullying.
BF sword coming in from Excellent, boots of swiftness from Thomas. He's going to be also quite fast and has the real flash now. Everest did shove the wave in. He's recalling. Oh, they will swap back. He's just running away from them.
Oh my god.
But problem is that the grubs are going to be on the top side where the Team Excellence bot
Yeah.
lane is, and I mean they already got 4 kills on Everest, so they are pretty strong.
Oh man, he's level 4.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, this is really not good for them. And of course, pushing Sivir ahead, who is generally considered like a late game AD carry. Being this far ahead, yeah, that's just gonna be rough. Avarice. I wish we could see the amount of souls he has.
I mean, he did fight a lot. Like, he probably has some souls. But yeah, now the grubs are on the map, and obviously those are gonna be free take for Team Excellent. Yeah, the troll is already smacking them in the face. And of course, Excellent just free CSing. Did hit a level 6 now. Nile bonking him away. Obviously now Nile did go for the Negatron Cloak against the Gwen. Doesn't have the armor, and now who was that, Thomas flashing out of his own jungle.
Yep, the Great Escape.
Yeah, but still the only kill they got was from Excellent early on, and 6 kills on Team Excellent
Yeah,
side.
and also, I mean, they ended up using quite a bit of stuff there. I mean, the Nocturne ulti is still on level 6, quite a lengthy cooldown.
Yeah, for sure.
So I feel like Mr. Thomas is going to be quite happy with this.
Oh, they have a nice combination of Taric E with Gwen dash.
Yep. The blue here will be defended, as it seems like Team Ted is having none of this. Gold lead almost at 2,000, which is really big for, of course, 9 minutes. Most of that gold sitting on the Sivir, of course. But yeah, the swaps are now coming back. They're equal in CS.
At least.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, and
the only good thing I feel like now.
And they swap back, and now Septico is having such a fun time into Nile, but it uses his ulti, and Thomas, here he goes again, but Everest is so fast with the heal from Steelback
Yep.
and the shield move speed, so he did manage to dodge that stun.
I genuinely thought that he was maybe even considering rushing boots, just so
Yeah.
he could get away here from Thomas.
Yeah, he is still on the tier 1 boots. Thomas did recall. And so his Everest is going to run topside now. No way he's coming back to bot lane. I feel like now it is a bit easier to play maybe.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, he's so behind. And already at 2,000, almost 1,500 gold lead for Team Excellent, and yeah, just look.
I mean, the waves are just perma shoved in, of course, because of the Sivir W. Mid lane isn't really losing by much. It's basically like 7 CS, but he still has 3 assists in his pocket, so I feel like that's obviously gonna be giga worth. And of course, Gwen just being a menace, it's just ended up kind of accumulating in a nice little gold lead up top as well. The haste aggressively trading now. The W and the ulti will be popped, and here comes Nocturne, but uh-oh. There's a big boy coming, and the boy is filled up with crystals. And he has a
Wow.
friend.
Yeah, I can't believe the haze somehow managed to slip out, and that's a double kill for Stefan. And Thomas even cashing in those assists, keeping him on the 100% KP. Yeah, it's not looking good for Team Ted, as they are now 2,500, almost 3k gold behind, and of course objectives are just killed on site. Stefan probably has so much gold in his pocket, as Pookie did finish the Stride Breaker. But at least Nafkela is doing nice with his Blackfire Torch, matching the haste. But yeah, hold Yungtal on Axelent this early on. It's going to be stacked up quite fast. They go for the dive here. Spooky is coming here, and Septico, of course, doesn't have the flash.
The Karma yoinking that kill with the redemption.
all of the kills on Team Ted are on Steelback.
Oh my god.
Which is quite unfortunate. I mean, Septico didn't have a bounty on his head.
Yeah.
But still, yeah, I mean, probably Spooky he would be happy if he got it. Now he's a bit less happy. But obviously, still nice that they get a kill on their side.
I wish I could join their team call right now, just to see what the comms are like. Steelback here has been spotted. Stefan slowly chipping away, but here comes Spooky. D-Haze does have his ulti. He's looking to pop it, but he probably will not be able to survive much longer. And now Nafkela has also joined the fight. There is going to be a nice little ult pop, I believe. No, not even that.
Yeah, big mistake coming from Team Axelent side. That were two huge bounties that were claimed by Team Ted, lowering the gold gap, but bot lane of Team Ted are doing a lot of work on this turret and will get it, so it will be... Well, it already is feats of strength for them, as they got the objective feat and warfare. But yeah, still nice to find those two bounties.
Yeah, the gold now even bigger than before because of grabbing that first turret. Also, no more cull stacks to be had, so that is quite good. Avarice now looking a bit more confident. Does have the static, so he's going to be clearing those waves quite quickly. Stefan is just bonking the frog.
Yeah, Niall's first item was Force of Nature, which I'm so surprised about, because I feel like it's always Hollow Radiance just for the wave clears, for team fighting capabilities. I don't know if Force of Nature is something that you build first. I would feel like if you're so scared of their AP damage, you would go for Kaenic first item.
Yeah.
So I'm actually so curious about the Force of Nature. I mean, do you really need that move speed to slip away from Rel? I don't think like you should ever be in a position where she can find a nice ulti on you, and even if she does, you can just ulti back. Thomas going in to pop the blast cone, going back. He's just skedaddling about.
Yeah, this is... Oh my god, this genuinely feels like a meme team.
I mean, look at their picture. Like,
yeah, it is a Pepe, sure, but...
They are for sure the content squad of this tournament. And Niall is quite close now to Septico, so yeah, he'll just go all out. Doesn't find the knock-up, so there will be a lot of damage on Niall, but does have the move speed for Force of Nature, and they go back in on him. Spooky, beautiful ulti, but he does slip away from the fear and did pop the ghost. And is now waiting for his E to go over the wall. The flash from Niall. Oh, he can't go on the blast cone. Wait, no, Niall didn't basic it, but still is on top of him, so he will find the kill on Septico very, very nicely, but they are getting the Rift Herald on top side.
Yeah, they might actually end up picking up the haste here, no, but the W of Karma gets broken up, as he ended up kind of walking out of range there, but they are slowly, bit by bit, actually crawling back. It was around 3,000, now the gold lead is at like 1.7k, so they are capitalizing on the mistakes of Team Axelent quite well. But now with the objective taken, and of course the tower in which Shelly ends up smacking into is, I feel like, surely going to be taken away as well, so some of that gold, of course, will be regained.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously a bit expected. I mean, we weren't expecting such a fiesta on the bot side, but it is expected from Team Axelent to be ahead in the early game, as you have the scaling top laner and the Senna on bot lane. But yeah, the lead is not that great in gold. I mean, it is quite nice, but objective lead is insane. They didn't get even one. Everything was taken away from them. They didn't get even like one plate, I think. Maybe one plate overall. I feel like that's a bit too big of a struggle. Everest not in a good position. The pillar is so beautiful. He can't even walk around it. Doesn't have the flash. So that will just be a free pick for Axelent.
Yep.
And the Haze stacking his passive on the tanky Nile. Who now even went for the Bramble West. Why do I feel like he can even 1v1 Septico? I feel like he's quite strong.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like just having that Rift Maker, even though it is good, I feel like just kind of lacking the damage of Nashor this early on, especially in somebody who's quite tanky. This is of course going to be quite beneficial, as the third Drake here will be claimed for Team Axelent.
Yeah, now they did put themselves on a soul point.
Yep, 17 minutes in, no less.
Yeah, and it is the Chemtech Soul, which was... We were talking about the Cloud Soul being the strongest in the past. At the same time, the Chemtech was the weakest, so they have actually nerfed the Cloud and buffed the Chemtech.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the most broken variant of Chemtech, just being able to kind of revive you and keep you going, was so disgusting.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Just like,
what were they cooking with that
Yeah.
one? That was terrible.
That was illegal. But this one just felt so non-existent, I feel like.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know why, because honestly, I feel like it's so nice to have that just consistent buff on you. I feel like it's so nice. Oh, look how many souls, but he can't even walk up to collect them. Look, they're gatekeeping the souls.
This doesn't even feel like Team Axelent versus Team Ted. This feels like Avarice versus the world. Like they're just singling him out this entire game.
Yeah, I mean they most definitely are.
Like the carrot on a stick, you know, like
Yeah.
it's just souls. But Trundle's the one with the fishing rod.
Yeah, and they now got to tier 2. I mean, they're playing this game so fast, which is so good for them. Obviously, you want to accelerate it as fast as you can. They're forcing everything, even taking the jungle camps. Ted retaliating a bit, but Tarek is here with his ulti. I feel like it can be now popped and they can look for a re-engage. They will, but it looks like it wasn't an angle. They will have to move out. Beautiful ulti there from Nile. Doesn't find the target. Forces the flash of Stefan. But now, if they do get back out, it's nice. Axelent in such a bad position. He flashes, but he still will die, actually. So that's a huge bounty they did find for themselves.
Absolutely. This is how the comeback starts. 6 to 9 in kills. Nice.
Yeah, and 69 is the tag for Team Axelent as well.
Nice as well.
So that's funny. But yeah, the first one to get 2 items on Team Ted's side is the Nocturne with the experimental X-Plate now in his pocket, which is a very nice spike. But yeah, to see the gold difference, obviously Axelent at top, and Nafkela is quite fed this game. And
Yeah,
Everest
absolutely.
has less gold than the Sign top.
Yeah, that is a bit of a not good thing, I suppose. But Septico, I feel like once he does end up building Nashor, I feel like the world is going to be so much easier to play.
Yeah, I mean, most likely.
Life will get easier. But yeah, Thomas now kind of ended up spotting a lot of the members of Team Ted, who ended up getting the vision. But Stefan on that Trundle just plowing away and getting rid of that vision immediately.
Yeah, now this is one important objective, is this Nafkela could be in trouble, does flash out. Now Stefan is taking so much damage, he won't heal enough, and that would be the 3rd kill for Steelback, and that is such a huge pick.
Thomas didn't have his ulti, so he can't really help him out there, and I feel like with the way they just ended up overcommitting, that might actually be a donation of an Otacon.
Yeah, and I feel like this is such a crucial mistake. They will get the gold bounty of the of the Arakan, and of course Arakan being such a huge buff that will get them in the game so nicely. I don't know if they can force a 5v4 here.
No, I don't really think they can. Except, I mean, if they all just jump on one person, maybe. But yeah, that's going to be a quick re-engage here by Spooky. The exhaust is good, so they're going to be staying alive a little bit longer. Steelback now looking to shield Nile, but it doesn't feel like D-Haze can get out of this. Another beautiful Q here by Sion. Shutdown has been claimed, and Team Axelent is slowly but surely falling apart.
Yeah, I mean, they most definitely are. Now the goal difference swings on Team Ted. I mean, actually dead even right now, but they did get the Arakan and
I mean, XDD. That's what it feels like.
yeah,
That was just such a big lead, and
very bad. Yep.
Throwing it all away, it truly is the content team of Tets.
Yeah. But it actually seems like it's the Team Axelent who have no damage, really. I mean, Axelent currently being the sole person, I feel like, and Nile was so well separated from his team that the W's didn't bounce on any of the other champions on Team Ted, and Akela was just in the back line.
Also denying the soul now.
Yeah,
as
had so much damage.
the gold lead has shrunken from around 3,000 to like 1.5k, and now it's sold down all the way to 800-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like, as you've... I agree 100% with everything you said. I feel like D-Haste on the funny Birdman, the Swain, isn't really finding any damage because in his ulti, of course, there's the aspect of survivability. He has Conquer, good. Yeah, that's really nice. Stefan, it feels like, is probably the only other person who was dealing big consistent damage because Septico didn't have his Nasher. He does now. But also I feel like the damage output towards Sion specifically, who ended up jumping into 4 of them, it was non-existent.
Yep.
I definitely think that Axelent may even consider grabbing quite an early LDR, even though it seems like he went for the Executioners. But yeah, Senna, even though Avarice really didn't have any fun in the game, he has 2 items. He's providing a lot of utility, you know. He has his Black Cleaver, he's shredding armor, he's healing his teammates, applying the shields. And I feel like with the Karma just kind of ult-ing and Senna ulting, that's quite a lot of shields on the side of Team Ted, so...
Yeah, I agree completely, and so much healing also on their side. We can see Axelent with the Executioners, but yeah, I mean, if that fight ends so badly, I don't know what the next one is going to look like. Team Axelent somehow managed to grab the gold lead on their side with a 1.3k, but Stefan, yet again, playing so aggressively, but now Septico does deliver a lot of DPS, does have a nice true damage on his Q, forces Nile to flash out, but will they follow up on Spooky? Doesn't seem like it. They will actually...
It feels like the ult did negative damage.
chill out a bit, yeah.
That is interesting. I don't really know why he isn't finding any damage. He has 2 items, but...
Nofkela is the first person on the map to get 3 items, which, yeah, now that when I said Team Ted lacking damage, there is no more of that. Now Nofkela will dish out so much damage now, and yeah, Axelent has fallen quite behind as he only has 2 items. I mean, the same as the rest of his team. He's not standing above everybody else, and I don't know, I still feel like if those W's do bounce, Team Axelent will be the favorites to win, but nicely by Thomas to force the flash of Steelback, but
Yep.
Nafkela still does have his flash, and the engage comes in from Spooky right on Axelent. He's flashed out, he does live, but no retaliation as it seems. Team Axelent now the ones running away. Nile with the beautiful flank, the ulti from Thomas comes in, manages for the Haze to live this fight, but they're all falling so low and need to run away. Team Ted are definitely now the ones in the driver's seat.
Yeah, absolutely. Even with a bit of a gold deficit, like their team fighting is just so good now. You have a really beefy front line. There's the Shields of Karma, as we've said, the utility that Senna provides. You got a lot of good mixed damage as well. So we'll see though. Septico does get queued, so he is a bit slowed down. He's going to pop the W of his own, trying to maybe get out of this, as it does seem like his ulti will need to be used. But my god, that's a blow up, a dunk from Sion. Nafkela was still looking for more, but with the pillar, I feel like Stefan is going to get out of this. Okay, things are looking quite bad now for Team Axelent, and my god, what a turn of events.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, ever since the Arakan, I mean, Team Ted have been just looking so well, and I feel like they have such a simple way now of team fighting with Everest and Nafkela finally catching up and being so strong. And yeah, I mean, Axelent actually has the same, I mean, more even gold than Nafkela, but his items are a bit more expensive.
Yep. Sion on 3 items. That is one beefy boy. But yeah, Axelent has finished Mortal, which... yeah, I don't know if I'm personally a fan of. I'm not gonna lie. I think, me personally, I would kind of prefer... just maybe the LDR, but then again, do you really need it? Because Trundle can kind of get rid of the resistances of Sion, so I feel like this, in a, of course, ideal world, would be a lot easier for him to play. But I will see now. Here comes the engage now. Thomas looking for that stun. Nile will be pulled back. Here goes D-Haste immediately popping his ulti as he's going to be chipping away at a lot of the HP of the members of Team Ted. It does seem like Nile really will be the only one who ends up dying. They are so fast.
Yeah, and the potential soul for Team Axelent is on the map, and they are grouping up nicely. The Haze does have the TP, so this will be a straight 5v4. I mean, everybody's full HP on the side of Team Axelent.
Yep.
Thomas doesn't have his ulti. Nobody actually has, but on the other side, Ever is the only one that does have his, so I don't feel like it will be that big of a difference. Yep, they do pick up the soul. Baron is on the map.
Yep. Gold lead extending a bit further for Team Axelent, but still though, the Baron is on the map. I feel like if you recall recklessly, that could actually just start the campaign of Team Ted to kind of try and shred through the Baron. But things really still aren't looking that good, and it started off so well. Even this fight, I mean, like, as you've pointed out, 5 ultis popped, only 1 guy died.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously not a lot of damage on either side, so these fights are looking very sluggish, but still Nile is the hardest person to kill on the side of Team Ted, so I feel like that is by itself such a huge peak, because if you remove Nile from the equation, everybody else is just so easily killed. Obviously, you've said the amount of shields they do have is true, but without those abilities, they are a bit squishy.
Yeah, absolutely. Still though, quite some time before our next dragon, which of course will be the Elders, so the biggest thing on the map, of course, being Baron. I'm wondering how they will end up playing around it. I mean, there is just one soul control ward on the bottom side, and it feels like the Vision Wars are just not really existing in this match. I feel like they were a bit more prevalent in maybe match 2, match 3, where I feel like it was both supports who ended up just going ham on Vision. And you wouldn't really say it, because, I mean, the scores are really big, like 93 Vision score, 120 Vision score, but where's the Vision?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, both teams do have Vision set up at Baron, which I feel like is the most important, and nice Vision by Team Ted on the mid lane. Because obviously Senna is really the only one that can get so easily caught. I feel like Nile just CBAs, I mean, he can always just ult out.
But also the question now, as we've kind of entered 30 minutes, who do you exhaust now as Thomas?
I mean, whoever is the closest, probably. I mean, yeah, the Spooky. I mean, if he does go in the backline. Obviously, if he does find the exhaust on either Dinafkel or Everest is huge, but I don't think he will ever be in range to really exhaust him. So he just has to peel Axelent, who is the strongest DPS of his team, and I feel like in this game, so whoever is on top of Axelent, which would be the Spooky most
walking
likely.
up though, Stefan will be chunked by not by much. It does seem like the wars have begun. Spooky just immediately taking care of that scuttle. That's going to be huge value as far as vision is concerned. So it doesn't feel like Team Axelent can even try and force a Baron. But now, though, they're playing around vision. Spooky, lucky for him, though, there's a plant. He gets away. But still, it's vision warfare, and it's mainly mid-wave warfare, as the tier 1 of Team Axelent is still standing, which I feel like is so huge at 32 minutes, especially just not being able to push these waves, get further vision up in their jungle.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Team TED didn't get a single turret, and on the other side they did grab 4 of them, and look at this now, Septico finished his Rabadons, which is a huge spike in damage.
Yep.
Also Stefan finishing his Spear Visage, making him a bit tankier, but Nafkela's Rabadon is creeping up to Team Axelent, and when he does finish that item...
He does have TP, yeah, so he can just farm up, come back, look for that fight, as we have entered the level 16 arc of this game. Axelent level 16, Septico level 16, DHaze probably close to hitting 16 as well. On the other side, of course, Spooky with the level 3 ulti, and I feel like Nile especially is going to get a lot of value as far as smashing into turrets goes. But yeah, now it's been a stalemate for around 3-4 minutes even, as in about a minute and a half we'll see the Elder spawn. I don't know if you should handshake it. Genuinely, I feel like that's such a bad trade.
Yeah, that is very dangerous. Yeah, I mean, exactly like you said, Elder Drake and Baron being on the map at the same time is very menacing. Stefan starting to Baron up, but they do give up.
Spotted. Okay, immediately there comes the ult E from Karma, just to safely get them out of their Septico. The only one who's kind of away from his team. Here comes the ulti of Axelent. It seems like they wanted to kind of commit to this, but they are so fast on the disengage. It is the Ghost, it is the Karma providing so much utility for them to just get away. And now, back to the mid-waves. Shove that in, 40 seconds to go. Maybe Team TED is looking to shove this in, start moving towards bot lane, as 35 seconds separates us from the Elder spawning. Stefan here, spotted again by Nafkela. But he too will be forced out by that pillar. Here comes the engage right on top of Septico. DHaze popping his ulti, trying to save his teammate. Septico still living to see the light of day, but not for much longer than that. That is a 4v5 now. That is a commanding position for Team TED. The recalls coming through as well. Sion can rejoin. He has TP. Same with Nafkela. This could turn into a disaster. Elder spawning in a second.
Yeah, this is looking very bad. Obviously, Septico does have his TP, but is only alive in 30 seconds. And Nile and Nafkela now TPing with full HP. They're all full HP. Yeah, it doesn't look good. Obviously, Thomas does have his ulti. Stefan does have his, but...
Excellent, kind of walking up, but Thomas with the stun on Nile. It seems like Stefan not really in the greatest of positions now. Thomas looking for that engage. The ulti will come.
Oh my god, what's
Sivir? Yeah, the Sivir, just the amount of damage he's providing in these team fights is insane. Nafkela still walking forward. The shields are huge. Here comes the ulti, the re-engage from Nile, looking to grab something back. Axelent, will he live to see the day? He will. He's still just shredding away. He has DHaze right next to him. He's running away from a Nile who's angry at him. Spooky, the only member left alive, but he too loses his life. That's an Elder, that's a Baron. We might be looking at a storming through mid to end it when they get those two buffs. No, they aren't even going for it.
Yeah, I mean...
30 seconds, can they make it?
They have to kill a lot here. I mean, 2 turrets and the Kibiter, and I mean 4 turrets overall.
Well, they do have Sivir. This could be the end.
Yeah, but finally Sivir does what she is made to do, and that is such huge AoEs with those shurikens. I mean, this is exactly how I envisioned these teamfights to happen. Axelent was so unlucky that those didn't bounce in the previous fights, but yeah, finally after such a clean fight for Team Axelent, they do grab the game number 3 and the series.
Number 5. I wish it was number
Yeah. I mean, the third win for them, the overall game number 5 in this best of 5. And the last year's finalists do come back to back in this year's finals.
What an unbelievable story. I mean, just facing elimination, grabbing those two back to back. I'm speechless.
Yeah.
Like, from the start, just putting Senna so far behind to where it borderline feels unplayable, and now somehow Ted crawls back, starts getting these team fights, and as you've said, Sivir, it feels like she isn't finding any value. But on the other hand, the Swain is just doing 0 damage.
Yep.
So these fights end up being so chaotic, so all over the place. But as you've said, Team Axelent, welcome to Budapest.
Yeah, I mean, what else to say? We are going to go on a short break, and Amy will break down this further.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Big congratulations to Team Axelent. Wow. It took them all these 5 matches, huh?
Yeah, it really did. And at the start, I mean, it looked like Ted were the ones that will come out on top. I mean, they were looking so solid in the game number 1. In the game number 2, you know, Team Axelent taking the blue side, coming back, winning that game. And then in game number 3, it looked like such a convincing win for Team Ted. And game number 4, Team Axelent grabbing the red side, which hasn't won yet, and somehow they did manage to win on that side. And game number 5, I mean, it's so hard to find
What
the
do
words.
we have
Like,
to say?
it was looking so chaotic from start to finish, and so back and forth that yeah, I mean, till the end, the clear winner wasn't there. Yeah.
And then all it took is just that one team fight for Team Axelent, running down mid. Wow. Incredible. Team Axelent back in the finals. Wow, they have secured themselves another LAN Grand Finals in Budapest, just like last season. Last season they faced off versus Bad Lions. This season, who will they be facing off versus? We have Nightbirds and Team All In. Tomorrow, another best of 5 series. Well, both amazing teams, like I said. Team 10 Euro Deal really came far, beat some of the teams that we weren't so, keen on seeing them lose. And now, with a struggle, Team Axelent comes out on top. I wanted to see more. I have to say, I wanted to see more meme drafts.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like you said with Lucha.
Maybe finals again. Maybe finals.
they are the content makers of this tournament. Like, for sure, yeah.
Thank you, Team Axelent, for that. That's it. You guys have seen it. We really don't have much more to say here, other than thank you for watching. Thank you, Sony PlayStation, for being a partner on this project, and see you everyone tomorrow for another semi-final best of 5 series. Looking for our finalist, our second finalist, who will be playing versus Team Axelent in Budapest, Hungary, in November. Everybody, have a good night.